it felt like this similar intense betrayal of no matter how much you do, no matter how much humanity you show, no matter how much you educate yourself on the wrongs your people have done, no matter how much you try to fix things, they will always want to kill you. Palestinians, they need their own self-determination to solve this. They can't live in a one-state solution. I mean, that's impossible. It just can't
neither
happen.
side can.
So it's like either they get a state or they live in this perpetual state, a situation of statelessness, occupation. Jordan has still not released any of its documentation demonstrating the fact that they betrayed the Palestinian cause in 1948, right? Egypt has not released any of its documentation against for its responses to Palestinian rebellions. So like the Arab world does not know how they got treated properly by how Palestinians have been treated, and Arabs don't know how properly what happened.
You can still be sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. You can still be sympathetic towards the Palestinian people. You can still be critical of the Israeli government. But
as we all are, by the way.
Yeah, we all are. And but you still should, like, if you are of the Muslim background, you should be very vocal against anti-Semitism, because it was Jewish people, a lot of Jewish people were speaking out against Islamophobia for a long time. So people who are not familiar with Aristocracy, I think there are some people in the chat who might not be familiar with her. Eris, do you want to just kind of like give a like intro for who you are and like what you do and all of that?
I kind of just want to say I'm a Jewish anime girl, but
I'm a Jewish anime demon, so it's complimentary, you know?
I'm a Zionist settler apartheid queen. I took the bus around the world to all the different apartheid states so I could claim them on my Wikitubia. I don't know, like I was born in Israel, and so I'm an Israeli that way. But I studied the conflict for the past 10 years. I've always been very interested, particularly in the history, the origin of the conflict in 1948, and that's usually where most of, I guess, if you call it expertise, close to knowledge, like on it tends to lie. You know, and I used to debate Nazis and stuff, and I used to stream. Probably coming back to streaming, but I guess that's it. I've recently been radicalized by Hamas, you know? Everyone was so worried, you know, like everyone was so worried about like, oh, like, you know, what about radicalizing Palestinians? Like, what about radicalizing me? Okay. Yeah. Why is no one worried about that?
It's kind of worrying.
Now I'm gonna make mean Twitter posts.
Somebody in the chat asked, did she study history on that subject? So yeah, Aristocracy is a massive history person, okay? Like, if there's somebody that you do not want to question on history, it's Eris. That's what I'll say.
No, question her specifically, because she will have the answers, maybe.
I mean, yeah, you can ask her questions, but don't question her authority. Yeah.
I don't even think that's true, man. Like, I'm really not trying to be, like, false modest. Like, there's just, there's so much I genuinely don't know, even in this area. And this conflict and the history of it is so complex that I didn't study it. I took about a 1.5, 2-year break from it. I've been focusing on my music. And it's like, there are so many facts that it's impossible, unless you're like, it's kind of like working out, right? Like, it's like a muscle that if you're not constantly regurgitating the knowledge, like, it kind of like goes in your ear and out the other. So I've just been kind of like recovering like a lot of the old old
muscle memory.
Yeah. Like, because I remember conclusions I came to, and I didn't remember why. Like, I didn't remember, like, what was it that this guy said, and what was the conclusion of which historian said that, and like, what's the proof for this, and like, and so I've been kind of reigniting, I guess, a lot of like just the personal research that I've been doing and getting back into it. And that's been its own weird journey because my mindset is so different emotionally right now than it was
my entire
2 years
priorities
ago.
shifted. My entire priorities shifted on the 7th. Like, I didn't plan to be like, I don't know, politically active with my platform like Monocro. I just planned on being like a regular VTuber that would probably not get any like, would not do anything probably, but I kind of liked the platform aesthetically. And like after the 7th, like my priorities totally shifted, and I started to try to find out ways to go and speak to as many people as I can. Because on Twitch Ball, like I didn't see many. I did see some Israelis kind of going on calls. I saw one in Demon Mama, I think on Vosh, but it was very unhinged. People were very traumatized, and like I didn't feel like we were getting heard the way that I felt was best, you know?
Yeah, I actually have been almost like in like this straitjacket from my friends. Like my friends are like, don't go on Twitter, like don't talk, don't go on the call. Like you're not in a state to, you know, you're gonna risk your reputation and all that kind of stuff. And I just like, and I kind of did that for like a few days, and I just couldn't. I couldn't keep silent anymore. And I felt like if I was at least open about how emotionally wrecked I've been from this and how changed I've been, that it would at least somewhat help. But I also like, I feel like a lot of my emotions are very valid. You know, like I don't think it makes me that crazy. I definitely think I think I was always a little bit biased, right? Like it's impossible to overcome a bunch of your biases, in general, especially in a conflict like this. But I think like I was as unbiased as one could attempt to be, I guess, you know? And I'm no longer like that whatsoever. Like now, what happened on October 7th for me, I guess, is it stopped being an academic, political, philosophical issue, right? And suddenly it was survival. Suddenly it was, I'm at war. They are trying to destroy and genocide my people. We need to win. Like that's like my mindset changed. It was like, boom, I'm in war mode. And it was like, I didn't even recognize how my brain was working. Whereas like my old brain was thinking like, I just want to find out what happened, you know?
Just find the truth.
My new brain is like, how can I, like, how can I convince people not to kill us? You know?
Yeah.
And that's like, and it was just like a very different mindset.
Not even that, just to hear us and not like dismiss everything that we say. That's why I think even conversations like this, at this moment, like that was, you know, speaking our experiences, I think it's so valuable because a lot of people just don't want to hear it. Just because we're Jewish or Israelis, and I think it's insane, and that's why I think it's just as valuable as speaking about the, you know, dry facts of what's happening in the war. I think that morally you have to speak about the experiences.
I think also
I also felt like, oh, sorry.
I think there's an importance for, you know, people within, you know, the Muslim community or Muslim backgrounds to really advocate hard right now.
Yes.
Because
it means a lot.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
There is, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, there is a very big problem with anti-Semitism within the Muslim community, especially in Europe, especially in Arab countries. And so it's, you know, it is important to advocate, you know, for against anti-Semitism, you know, and honestly, like I feel so bad because Eris, like, is days, not even days, like a day after October 7th happened, you know, like Eris was posting completely understandable things on Twitter and had like the most unhinged YouTubers like going after her. And it just it made me so upset to see that. So
yeah, she was kind of like a big target, just like a huge target on her back.
It's
like
ridiculous.
I'm tiny. I could tweet whatever I want. Like people weren't really, you know, noticing it, and like, but I noticed like a lot of bigger Jewish and Israeli voices are just, I don't know.
You know why? There are so few Israeli and Jewish voices in this
Yes.
space at all, that like even me, like a has-been streamer, it becomes one of the major targets, right? Because
It's
there's like
horrifying.
just so it's like what, like I don't like who is there? There's David Pacman, Ethan Klein,
Yeah.
who else? And like unless you say things that are explicitly excusing and completely pandering and tokenizing yourself, then you are like some people have, I'm not going to name names, but then you are just completely, you just become a target. The way for me, there has been this particular intense trauma for leftist Jews in general. More so, like I'm not trying to play like oppression Olympics, right? But there's been something different that's happened for leftist Jews around the world and leftist Jews in Israel, right? Because it was primarily like kibbutzim and lefty like people who were believed in like a lot of peace activists and hated Netanyahu and all these things that are the people that got killed, and young people. Almost every leftist Jew I know in Israel knows someone who got killed, and it's and then on top of that, if you're outside of Israel, if you're in the diaspora, you're probably in leftist circles just naturally, and so and suddenly if the mainstream online leftist discourse is either explicitly supporting the Hamas attacks, or they're underplaying it and excusing it.
Kind of dog whistling
and
it even.
Yeah, or dog whistling it. And and that was their world, right? And so like the majority of the messages that I get, and I get them every day, and it's from leftist Jews who a lot of them were anti-Zionists, right? And that's what's like, they were fervent anti-Zionists and who actually used to go to pro-Palestinian protests, and they feel so betrayed because, and I've had people say like, I don't know what to do because it feels like everything the right wingers have told me about them is actually true. And there's like, and so it's caused like this intense feeling of betrayal and then also isolation because, they've been told their whole lives by the right wing Jewish community, or the more Zionist Jewish community, that they're making a dangerous bed, and some of them don't mind what happened to them, and don't mind them being isolated like that, and then in turn they get isolated from the left, and it's just like they often feel very homeless right now.
Yeah, I think specifically for Jewish and Israeli people abroad, it's like extra scary in a different way, because even if they didn't experience the seventh, like they weren't in Israel, they experienced the entire like backlash of the left over there, which is like
there was
so
an extra
loud and so
trauma.
violent sometimes, and it's so scary. Like I'm so like empathize with them. There's a lot of Jewish people, I guess, in Israel. Maybe I'm not sure what kind of political camp they are. I think more right wings who kind of hold it against like leftist Israelis who immigrated from Israel to somewhere else, to like the US or Canada or wherever, who are now speaking up about their experiences, getting a lot of the anti-Semitism right at their doorstep.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of people are realizing that that like while right wingers are wrong about a lot of things, it didn't mean that they were wrong about everything. And that's been like this major shock. There's an instinct to immediately just jump to the other side because you've lost your tribe. I'm very lucky on that end that I've never been a leftist. I've always been more center. Though in Israeli politics, I tend to be more left just because things are so in the right.
Yeah.
Israeli politics, yeah. But in general, so like I didn't get abandoned by any of my friends. But that's just not the case for Jews who are far more left of me. And they're just completely isolated right now. On top of all the anti-Semitism, it's just wild. And
it's kind of wild
especially
also. Yeah, sorry,
you
go on.
continue. Sorry.
I was like, it's especially crazy how some of the right and the left are kind of intersecting with opinions that before the war would be crazy for leftists to hold, and now I see like leftists who like me, right? I think we started this war against Hamas and we need to finish it, right? But imagine that like before this war, if leftist people would be like, yeah, we need to go into Gaza and destroy Hamas right now and not leave until it's over, and some leftists even advocate to stay there and build the Gaza up with like as like a colonization. I don't know what's the word, not colonization, but like stay there, put forces there to give them like education and infrastructure.
I honestly don't think I know one leftist Jewish person that I don't think I know one that has that that believes that Israel should agree to a ceasefire without the hostages. Like I don't know any of them. And they would have never said it. Like these are like extreme peace activists who like, supported so much stuff. Like even some of them supported like one state destroying Israel as a state. And it's just like October 7th just changed everything because it was every nightmare that every Holocaust survivor drilled into us was going to happen. And we're all like, no, it's a different time, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, not for it to just happen, but to see how mainstream the support of it was, where there are, like, in the United States, it's still a little more fringe, but in places like Canada and in the UK, it's so much more, it's like a legitimate political position that where in Canada you can get in trouble for the most minor things when it comes to hate speech, but today the leader of a Palestinian protest could literally speak for Hamas and make demands for Hamas as a political negotiator, like and advocate for them, and that's somehow allowed. You would just never have that. It's hard for me to imagine that being allowed for for any other group. That type of vile rhetoric, and that's been the hardest thing. It's probably easier for me because I didn't lose anyone personally on October 7th, but that's been the most traumatizing thing. It's the way the world reacted. It was like a second trauma.
Yeah,
hi,
just
Kraut,
to
by
keep
the way.
seeing it. Yeah, hi, Kraut. It was so quiet.
I saw him in the chat, so I said, hey, if you want to join, feel free. Sorry, continue with what you guys were saying. I just want to give you guys, like, a lot of air to speak, because I feel like we don't have a lot of, voices from this perspective right now. I guess one thing that would probably help also, people have, I feel like I've taken a pretty middle of the road stance on this, and I feel like people are upset even at that. I guess one thing I would ask is, like, do you guys have any criticisms of like the Israeli government, I guess, in this conflict?
Okay, this is what I'll say, right? The biggest criticisms I have are the actions leading up to this attack, and then the response that day of the attack, right, resulting from those decisions. But there's going to be, I feel a little ridiculous criticizing the details of that because there's going to be investigations. Like there's like a saying that I've heard that heads are going to roll once this war is done. There's kind of like this attitude of like the war needs to happen and then there's going to be investigations and all that kind of thing. And there's like, I also think that there's going to be a change within Israeli politics because beforehand, being high security went hand in hand with being pro-settlements. And I think that that's going to change. I don't think the line's going to be drawn that way because now because I mean, from my understanding is that the settlements in the West Bank and to having to defend them, it directly led to the attack being so severe and the weakening of the southern border. So if anything, now you can make a good argument that for security, settlements are a bad idea. So I guess that's a weird silver lining. But I guess so. I get my criticism would be around that, around how just Bibi Netanyahu's policies, um, and a lot of details associated with that. Obviously, I now think pulling out of Gaza was a mistake,
Yeah.
and which I didn't before, and so I guess like that. That's where it comes when it comes to the military response now, like the war. Um, I don't know what criticisms I have to have, right? Like I am sure I will have once the details come out of this war. Um, but all I have is propaganda from Hamas and propaganda from the Israeli government. Like today on my tweet, on my Twitter, X was, it was covered in like these like photo ops with like Israeli soldiers giving bottles of water to Palestinians on the beach, like to
Yeah.
Gazans.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, like I don't, this might have happened, like, and genuinely, they might be giving them to everyone. I don't know. Like, it looks so much like a photo op that there's so much
Yeah.
propaganda that,
Yeah.
at the end, like, the IDF is pushing their propaganda, and propaganda could be true, right? Like, just because
Yeah.
it's propaganda doesn't mean it's not true. But it's still gonna, and then on top of that, I'm being surrounded by leftists who have been literally brainwashed by Hamas propaganda pushed by Russian bots and
Yeah.
this disgusting dominance of that type of rhetoric on the internet. So I don't know what information to trust, right? Like
Yeah.
if Israel did, if Israel is being indiscriminate with, if the IDF is being indiscriminate with their bombs and not targeting properly, then yes, I'll condemn it, right? Um, if the civilian casualties are so high when they're preventable, I'll condemn it. Like,
Yeah.
but it's like I don't even know how many casualties or have come out of Gaza because the only people that we have who can resolve that are Hamas.
Yes.
So it's like, and I also, and then even with that, even with all of that, I am not a military commander. I mean, like, the most I've studied is warfare in the 1940s that was operating with old World War II equipment. So,
Yeah.
like, I don't know the details of how you engage in tunnel warfare. What's like, I don't like, what's
Yeah.
the optimal strategy in this situation? What intel do they have? What allies are they? I know how it worked in the 1940s that they secretly had deals behind the scenes with certain Arab nations that publicly they were enemies with. So I don't know if that's the case right now. Like, is Jordan only publicly shitting on Israel, but they're secretly working with them again? I don't know. So it's like, it's very hard for me to criticize
Yeah.
them
There's a
when
lot
I
of
feel like I'm in,
misinformation.
I feel like I'm in such a position of ignorance that I would just feel like
Yeah.
a dumbass.
One
I
thing
agree.
that
Yeah.
kind of worries me about the discourse about the seventh specifically, like you touched a lot of broader subjects, but like on the seventh, like the simple facts of what weapons the Hamas terrorists used. A lot of people just think a lot of people somehow think that the IDF caused a lot of the destruction and killings, just
Yeah.
because they didn't believe that Hamas can use anything other than, I don't know, Kalashnikovs or whatever. But
Yeah.
the fact is that they came with grenade launchers, with RPGs,
Yeah.
with just grenades, hand grenades, and yeah, they used Kalashnikovs and stuff like that. But they also like they killed soldiers. I bet that I would guess that they took some of their weapons and used them because it's better weapons, I guess. And we see like it's so out there, it's the information is there. You can't. How do people just? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, and the videos that come out are so challenging to know truly what happened. Like I saw a video the other day of um of a bunch of Gazans who have all started, holding up white flags to the IDF to try to evacuate areas of combat, and then allegedly Hamas just started shooting them and killing a bunch. And I saw it live on video, but it's like, and the title is Hamas starts shooting on these shooting Gazans, but I can't fully tell if it's Hamas doing it, right? And like it's the like I just have and that video gets spread around like it's completely true. It might be true, I don't know, but so I and to be honest, the truth might be totally on the opposite end. It's like and I might in a few years, like when this comes out, look back and think what happened was disgusting. I don't know. Like, I have a hard time believing that's the case, knowing how the IDF operates, and also just knowing its own incentive systems to reduce. It's in its interest to reduce civilian casualties. Like, even just like morals aside, like, so morals completely aside, assuming that like if I just assume the IDF are like these evil Zionist, genocidal people that want to ethnically cleanse Palestinians, like even from that perspective, it doesn't make sense for them to actually maximize civilian casualties.
I think a lot of people will be regretting a lot of what they posted in the last 4 weeks. A bit like in a month or two. I think what you will see is that a lot of people will pretend they never posted that or apologize. Like there's no way some of these people are that lacking in self-awareness.
Sadly, I think a lot of these people, or maybe they don't lack self-awareness, but they will not take back their words. They're so radicalized.
Do you know this thing that far left Twitter does, where they take a racist outburst you had on Twitter 10 years ago, or someone had on Twitter 10 years ago, and then they act like that is who you were, that is who you are, that is who you will forever be for the rest of all eternity. It is very tempting to now do that to them.
That's why these conversations are so important.
That's only sorry, but that's only if their rhetoric doesn't win.
By the way, you are the reason I was deeper dragged into this on social media, at least on Twitter. Because I kid you not, I had leftist people. Like, I think we can make this public here. We are acquaintances, the two of us. We're not necessarily friends, right? We don't talk very often. I don't think we've talked in over a year, right?
I thought we were best friends. Yeah.
Oh shit, drama.
Say that in a more disappointed voice. Go ahead. No, I'm just saying it. No, we're acquaintances. We're good. I think we are. I think we could say
I would say we are
friends,
solid acquaintances.
But it's not like we share everything, etc. Or I don't know anything closer to that. I had people from leftist social media slip into my DMs, telling me to crack down on you, telling me to tell you to not tweet so much. To be like basically
the Jews need to be handled.
Yeah, basically telling me like put a tighter leash on your Jew.
Genuinely, like I've heard that so much, right? I've heard that from a very large content creator as well. Like, and what of my tweets that have been that crazy? Like, I don't know. I'll be honest. I have been emotional when I've tweeted. I have been half asleep, but no one has ever provided me like a situation where I tweeted something particularly insane. I think like the only thing I could think of is I accidentally retweeted Andy NGO. I don't know who he is, but apparently he's a right winger. Yeah, I don't know. Like apparently he's like an alt-righter or something. I didn't know who he was.
He's just cultural grifter
or something like that.
Yeah, I retweeted something that I agreed with. I just didn't know who he was, so I guess I should have researched him. But that was like the only thing that I could think of. But I would be curious, like what I've said that's just so wild.
Say some of them later clarified that they didn't intend to come across like that. Some of the people who DM'd me that stuff.
Okay.
But I had a lot of people telling me stuff like that, and it's so weird that like when horrible things happen.
They did that?
I don't know. I just want to get this out. When a horrible thing happens to a people, right, to a community, right? I remember, for example, for a few years ago, there was this murder of this Hindu, Sikh in Britain, a racist murder of a Sikh. There was like a lot of outpouring on social media by the Sikh community in Britain over this racist murder of a member of their community. Communities pour out. Communities want to talk about it. People have a right to talk about it, right? When horrible events like this happens. It is so gross to me how this horrible thing happens to the Jews. And the Jews are supposed to shut up, apparently. How does that fucking work?
I just like, no offense to these people, but I've been raised in the world that they created, the world that the world where you get to talk about your lived experience, and you get to talk about your feelings and feeling terrified, and that being taken seriously, and um uh and and calling out hate speech, and wanting to deplatform people who engage in that type of speech. That is the environment that I have been told regularly, is the healthy and correct environment. And suddenly, when I ask for it to be applied to my people, I'm the one in the
Evil.
wrong. And that's very strange, because I feel like I am engaging with the same rules that I have been told. It's not cancel culture, it's accountability culture. All right? And I
That's
was like,
fucked.
okay.
Accountable for what? Accountable for what? That is something I really would like to know. Accountable for what?
Yeah, apparently
So
Israeli
like when I
citizens
see
are accountable for what Hamas did. I don't know. Somehow that's a lot of what I hear.
But I'm just saying, like, that's why, like, when I see people pulling down when I see people like pulling down the hostage pictures, I retweet that shit. I don't care if those people get caught, because it's a hate crime to me.
Yeah,
So,
no,
and I was always told, that wasn't cancel culture, that was accountability culture. But why doesn't it apply to hate speech against Jews or Israelis? It's like, it's something that's just so inherently wrong.
It
And I
is.
think that's what's bothered me the most from this whole thing. And I think I told Kraut this. I am consumed with injustice. Like, I feel like there is just so much injustice in the way we are being talked about and treated, and that really kills me.
One thing I will say is, even in the days following October 7th, I would see leftists online accusing people of being Nazis for even supporting the Jews, even saying that, Hamas is a genocidal organization. They do not want Jewish people to exist within that land. They do not want Israel to exist. And they would call anybody who said that a Nazi. And it's just, I feel like this has been flipped on its head. I'm like, how are you calling people who are talking about
The
a
word I
group?
can't tell
Yeah.
them. The word that I'm so sick of is the word contextualize, which is just such a disgust. Like all these people, all these
Well, it's
like
because you know how they use it.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
how they're
Because
using
the
it.
way they're using the word contextualize is basically say this is why the mass murder of Jews was justified. Like
Yeah.
it must be
There's a lot of
really
nuance
easy.
in
Because
there's
they'll
a
never
lot of
say that
nuance
about
in
I'm not
murdering
talking
the
about.
Jews,
I'm not
apparently.
talking about.
You know?
I'm not talking about social media figures. I'm talking about the Slavoj Žižeks and the fucking Judith Butlers. It must be really nice to sit behind a desk somewhere in the middle of nowhere and to contextualize, to decide who deserves to be raped and who deserves to be murdered. Like fucking Eichmann, basically.
It's also so devoid of any knowledge in history. Like, it's like, people always have excuses to do awful things to one another. I just don't like so many atrocities. Do they think that, like, the Holocaust also had context, right?
Yeah.
Or do they think the Germans just woke up one day and decided to do this? Like,
The
there
weirdest
was
thing
also
today.
context.
The weirdest thing today was British far left fucking imbeciles and members of the British Muslim community got. So yesterday, "Kill All Jews" was trending on British Twitter, and then they managed to get Dresden trending, and they were talking about Gaza in terms of like comparing it to Dresden. So, oh, Dresden was so horrible, and it's such a weird thing because, like, I don't think I ever told you this. I have a granduncle who bombed London during the Second World War, and if you asked him about the Allied bombings of Germany, he would say, "Yeah, we deserved it because we did it to them. We started it." And it's so weird. Like, I find nothing more annoying than the sort of do-gooders, dumb fuck British leftists who's like, "Oh, it's so bad. We're such bad people. Oh, I'm so sad and sorry that we bombed Dresden. Oh, we're so evil." Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they're very detached from the
Yeah.
situations that they talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, it's abhorrent. It's absolutely abhorrent.
Yeah. It's just wild to me that we've got so many large figures who have so much influence basically claiming that there's like nuance in genocidal rhetoric, there's nuance in a genocidal organization crossing the border and like indiscriminately murdering civilians.
Yeah, and they do what
I saw like the leader of Hamas on
do.
I saw like the leader of Hamas in an interview. I don't remember. I think it was some kind of Arab TV. And when the interviewer started to bring out the nuance, he just left. And I'm talking about the guy who lives right now in like a hotel, a 5-star hotel somewhere.
In
Qatar or whatever.
In Qatar, yeah.
So he can just leave. I mean, once people start to bring up the context, they can just detach themselves from the conversation.
Did you know that the first suicide bombers did not know that they were suicide bombers?
I did not know that.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm not joking. The first Sunni suicide bombers were given timed bombs until to leave the bomb in front of a police station or something, and the bomb was actually timed to go up while they were on the bus. And then they blew up without knowing that they were suicide bombers, and then the organization that sent them would celebrate the martyrs. So, yeah, they've always been this cynical.
Something I've been thinking about is why, oh god, I just saw a picture that says Israel is the cause of capitalism.
Oh,
someone drew that on a wall.
That's anti-Semitic.
Okay.
That's so
That is very anti-Semitic, yeah.
Oh god, sorry, billion thoughts just came into my head. I was walking I've never seen so much anti-Semitism in Canada though. Like I knew that Canada was worse than the United States. Most countries are. The United States tends to be much better for Jews than a lot of countries. But it's surprised even me, like where I was walking down the street near a pro-Palestine protest, and it was on a street that is like the Toronto version of of Wall Street, called Bay Street. It's like the banking zone, and one guy turns, and I just so happen to pass by, and one guy turns to the other protester, and says, "Do you know why they're protesting here?" And the other guy says, "Why?" He says, "Well, because this is where all the Jews are." Right? And these are just like, and I just happened to walk by at that moment.
Yes.
And there's so many people pulling down posters and everything. And something that's shocked me is like the left that was so quick to freak out over the most minor of dog whistles, that even me, like I was like, that's a little exaggerating, you know? Like I don't like Nazis, but that's like a little weird to obsess
now
over
it's
something
blatant
like
and
honk.
they do nothing.
Yeah, but suddenly they don't care because they only use Jews as a tool when to bludgeon their enemies, but in reality didn't really care about us. So I've been trying to work out for myself, like, what is this? Is it that it has been that like a ton of leftists have always been secretly anti-Semitic and it's now they're just going mask off? Or is it a strategic decision where they are extremely anti-Israel and they recognize that Israel gets more legitimacy by anti-Semitism being a stronger force in the world, so they need to downplay it, even if they know it's real, even if they know they're lying, for the sake of destroying the Israeli or Zionist narrative or argument, and they don't mind if they lie for Jews. So it's like either way, those two options are really gross to me. But it's one of those.
Europe was that, like in Europe, a lot of the assumptions that so many of us have had about anti-Semitism have basically just been turned on their head. Like, there was this narrative that I actually saw for a very long time, which is like that Spain is supposedly one of the least anti-Semitic countries in Europe. That was a very strong narrative for such a long time. And what have we seen over the last month? Like, my Spanish Jewish friend, Alex. It was so I introduced you to him, I think, a few weeks ago. How distraught he is over the fact that you're now seeing the worst anti-Semitic outrages in Spain, since the fucking Franco era. The things that we've seen in Britain. And it's so curious because at the same time, for the last few years we were inundated by media reports, especially in Western Europe, telling us, oh, Poland is an anti-Semitic shithole, supposedly. Poland is so anti-Semitic, yada, 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 yada. Well, what have we seen over the last few weeks in Poland?
What the fuck is happening in Poland even?
Yeah, we've only seen 2 anti-Semitic hate crimes throughout the entire last month in Poland. And who committed these hate crimes? A Norwegian exchange student and a Jordanian immigrant. It's like a lot of the assumptions we had in Europe about where anti-Semitism is a problem have been just turned on the head, really.
I just don't understand how Jews have been framed as this extremely powerful oppressor group in this new oppressed versus oppressor narrative. It's like
conspiracy.
There's
right-wing conspiracy.
It's so ironic, right? Because of course the Nazis saw Jews as oppressors, right? Like they didn't decide to just kill Jews for fun. I mean, some of them did, but most of them had an ideology behind it. They thought they were convinced they were being victimized by it. But I also just don't understand how, like, in the context, and it's interesting that when you look at like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that we always talk about it now as an Israeli-Palestinian conflict from an Israeli or a Jewish perspective. It's an Arab-Israeli conflict, but it's purposely framed. And I mean, Hamas is an illegitimate government of Gaza, and is funded by multiple Arab foreign powers that are extremely powerful, which is how they're so powerful. And so it should be considered an Arab-Israeli conflict right now, but the way you frame it is so manipulative. And it gives this very false perception that Israel is like automatically in the much more powerful position. And this idea that Israel isn't ever in danger. And to be honest, I think some Israelis bought into that, and that got kind of totally wiped on October 7th. And it should be wiped, right? Because any country can be, in incredible danger, as we saw on October 7th, right? With a few mistakes and enough enemies.
Yeah, and we feel so stupid because it should have been so clear that like, Israel specifically. I mean, it's so blatant that, like, the whole thing that we're surrounded by forces that want to destroy us. So, like, we feel so stupid that we felt so strong and so, like, confident, and look what happened.
Oh, exactly. And I was at a rally today for some of the families. There are 2 families of Canadian Israeli hostages. And so I was at a rally with them today, and it was such like a somber event, but also like very moving. But I have never in my life seen Jews and Israelis like that. For the first time ever, I saw members of the JDL. I thought they were dormant. For those who don't know, they're the Jewish Defense League. I think the FBI recognized them as a terrorist hate group. And they have practiced awful things in the name of Jewish defense. And they're not a good thing. But they have been basically considered dormant, I think, since the early 2000s. And I literally at that rally, I saw a few of people wearing those pins, right? And that was wild. I'd never seen Jews act that way. So there is like something has intensely changed. And I think that there are going to be some good changes from it, and there are going to be some bad ones like that. But like a radicalized Jewish population is also not good. So, but I don't know. No one ever worries about that for some reason, I guess.
No, it's
the JDL and the JVP are terrible, yes, they are. Pardon, what were you saying, Stardust?
Oh no, I was just saying it's terrible. I feel like I'm getting a lot of like conspiracy theorists coming in to my chat right now, which
They
is...
want to bring some of those up so we can debunk them.
Sure.
What you mean?
If you guys
Oh,
want
I
to.
think. What do you mean? What do you mean, conspiracy theorists?
So
Is the conspiracy that Israel did October 7th?
Or
Did
that they allowed it to
someone
happen.
share your stream around with idiots?
I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah.
Probably.
I think there are always going to be whispers like that. That stuff doesn't bother me that much unless it gets like major traction. You know, the response was so inept, like by, I mean, in a country that it takes 10 hours to drive from the north to the south, the fact that it took 8 hours for the IDF to get there is wild. Like the response was so inept, but like there are also so many more logical explanations than this massive conspiracy. Like conspiracies are so challenging.
Yeah, and again, you
operate.
raised a really good point about a lot of the army was occupied with the settlements, right? There's a lot of forces there.
Yeah, there were stupid decisions made. And once you look at those stupid decisions, you're like, you know, so many times people think there's some conspiracy. It's like you're giving the Israeli government too much credit. The fact that they would be able to operate together to launch something so secretive in the amount of, and on top of that, the Israeli culture, for better or for worse, puts a massive amount of weight on life. And I like, I think Bibi is capable of a lot of fucking things, but that, no way. It's like, it's just, I can't believe that.
Shouldn't underestimate the power of incompetence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I always thought that Brexit would be like the ultimate memorial, to the incompetence of populists. I think October 7th and will basically be that. It's like a memorial to the incompetence of Israeli populist right wing.
I think those people who think like it was intentional and it was on the side of the IDF or whatever, or that BB orchestrated it, and the same people who think like oh shit, I just blacked out. Never mind. Fuck.
No, it's a lot. There's a great book, and I forgot its title, which is kind of embarrassing for me. Grant me a bit of reprieve here. I've just woken up, but I'm still drinking my coffee. There's a great book about horrific accidents and incidents and etc. that happened throughout human history that are basically due to incompetence, and you'd be very surprised how powerful incompetence is. And how many horrific things happen throughout human history because of
that's literally the Soviet Union.
Chernobyl happened because of incompetence.
Yeah. I think these people who think that like the 7th, the response and everything to that like was orchestrated, are the same people who think that the IDF is like targeting Gazan civilians. Like there's so much bad faith towards everything Israel does that is not shared towards the other side. The Hamas, I mean. Hamas.
Imagine if you reverse the situation. Imagine if the Israeli army hid behind civilian human shields. Like the very concept is just... Yeah, exactly. The very concept is just ridiculous. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we know like Israeli soldiers, like some of them, then there were I don't know how many cases, but some soldiers just like, they jump on grenades, then they scream Shema Israel. I mean, that's not something that this kind of army would do,
The thing is, when it comes to conspiracies, is they happen, right? They do happen, but they are so challenging to pull off. Just like tell a friend a secret and just see how, and beg them not to say anything. They guaranteed they will tell at least one or two people. And that's just how humans work. It's very challenging to keep conspiracies on a level like this in a culture like Jewish culture that values life so much. They would have to put so much effort in keeping it secret. The only conspiracy that has happened in the Arab-Israeli or in Israeli history is the collusion with Jordan that happened during the 1948 war. And like that, and the only reason why that conspiracy worked was because only 3 people knew about it. And it was such a minor collusion between them that they were able to orchestrate it. And it was so challenging to navigate. they gave up on their alliance the day the war was done. And then soon Jordan's an enemy again. So, like they're so challenging. They're so challenging to orchestrate, and yeah, it's just you're giving the Israeli, and that's why you have to be an anti-Semite to believe in something like that, because just to believe that Jews are able to orchestrate something like that is just something out of like some old cartoon book. I don't know.
It's about how
wild.
easily they believe it. I mean,
well, I guess one question I would have, and I don't, and again, this is meant to be like a space for you guys to speak about stuff that is important to you. So I don't want you to feel like you have to respond to any of these.
Should I leave? I'm not.
Oh no. I think Kraut. I think you've been a very vocal, like person pushing back on a lot of like the rhetoric that I've seen online. So I do appreciate you being here.
Stardust.
Yeah. So
you're being kind of a lefty right now. Like, you're giving the platform to the the oppressed people and hearing their lived experience, and you're listening to us.
Yeah.
It's just it's like the most lefty way I've seen Jews get treated in a long time.
Yeah.
You know how there was like this really common narrative before this all started, which is like, listen to Black people when Black people tell you it's racist. It's racist. Listen to women when they tell you that they're, afraid or something like that. All that kind of stuff. But suddenly, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, and just anything to do with Judaism, they decide to listen to the 0.1% of Jews from primarily one allegedly Jewish group that majority members are not even Jewish, that participated in doxing locations of all Jewish organizations in the United States, that led to violent attacks from right-wing anti-Semites, and somehow their voice is more legitimate. That's something that I've seen, which I'm talking about Jewish Voice for Peace. I fucking hate that organization. And I don't, they used to value identity so much, and to be honest, I hate using this argument because I think it's bullshit, right? But it just, the hypocrisy just, kills me that it was always listen to that oppressed group when they're telling you, it's like, bro, why don't you listen to Jews if they tell you that what happened on October 7th was an attempted genocide, right? Why don't you listen to Jews when they tell you that they have very legitimate reasons to be afraid? Why don't you listen to Jews when they say that they need their own state because of everything that's happening, right? Why is that not allowed? It's just crazy. And to be honest, I don't buy that type of rhetoric because I hate identity politics, but they all did, and it just suddenly doesn't apply.
The scandal that happened in Germany was that one of the major weekly journals, the Spiegel, wrote a massive op-ed in the aftermath of October 7th, basically declaring just one thing, which is anti-Semites don't get to define what anti-Semitism is. Mm-hmm. The anti-Semite doesn't get to define what very clearly just thrown And the scandal was that Slavoj Žižek questioned this at an annual book event. Mm-hmm. But it's true. The anti-Semite doesn't get to define what anti-Semitism is. It's not just listen to Jews. It's Sorry. You.
I've been hearing that Arabs can't be anti-Semitic because they're Semites.
Oh yeah!
So
oh my god,
that's been a very common narrative.
I heard it years ago.
How dare you accuse me of homophobia? Didn't you know that homo means human? How can I be anti-human?
That's like elementary school level argument.
Yeah, I want to be clear, something that there are two groups, even the most extreme lefty majority Jews still believe in some kind of Israeli state, right? Mm-hmm. And the only Jewish groups that disagree primarily is Jewish Voice for Peace and the Neturei Karta, right? Neturei Karta are Zionists, right? All religious Jews are Zionists by definition. It's a core part of the belief of Judaism that you say return next year in Jerusalem every year as a part of their religion. They're just the only reason the only reason why they don't believe in the state of Israel is not because of Palestinians, right? It's because they're even more crazy. All right, like they want, first of all, they're homophobic psychos and believe in a bunch of and Holocaust deniers. But then on top of that, they eventually do want an Israeli state. They just want it to be a theological one where they remove all of Amalek and have the Messiah come and basically destroy all Palestinians eventually, anyways. So they're even more anti-Palestinian eventually. They just don't like the current timing, and they don't like the fact that the state, how the state was made, that it's not theological. And then on top of that, they're racists, Holocaust deniers, homophobes, and I've seen like Lance from the Serfs advertise them. They're always pushed by all these Palestinian groups as a way to tokenize and demonstrate that they're not being anti-Semitic. And I'm like, bro, these people want Palestinians dead more than the most extreme right-wing Zionists I know. It's such obvious tokenism. And then there's Jewish Voice for Peace, and that's an organization I've been doing a lot of research on lately. It is majority the membership is not Jewish. They have gotten in, which is wild that they get to call themselves Jewish Voice for Peace. Their tagline when they go to protest is "No peace on stolen land." So their literal name, Jewish, a lie, and Voice for Peace is a lie, right? So, and that's the organization that gets pushed.
They believe in a one Palestinian state.
Yeah, they break Jewish law in just during their protests, yet they weaponize and tokenize their Judaism. And you witness, I mean, every Jew knows what I'm talking about when they're wearing their talit when they're not praying. That is a major violation of all forms of Jewish law, no matter how reform anything you are. And they do it in their protests. And the majority of their membership's not Jewish. Their internet servers are based in Lebanon, and hosted in Lebanon. You know how many Jews there are in Lebanon? 20, and they're all elderly, right? On Twitter, the person who tweets for them, that always tweets as a Jew, got caught as actually being Muslim a few years ago. And his defense was that he was just tweeting on behalf of Jews in the organization who are a minority, right?
What?
Yet this organization gets to be tokenized. It is so obviously disgusting, and leftists correctly call this behavior out when it's done when it comes to Black people or gay people or trans people, right? And then they go and participate in the most extreme version of it with this. And yet they're not pushing actually majority Jewish leftist organizations like New Israel Fund, right, which advocates for Palestinians, which is probably hates Netanyahu more than anyone, and all that stuff, but they don't like them, right? Because they're not allowing Jews to get all genocided, right? And that's wild to me that is just accepted and normalized, and that you can have like members of parliament and members of major governments just advocating for this group that is just so obviously delegitimized. And you can research all this stuff. Like you can just like look this up yourself. It's just they're a fraud organization, allegedly. Don't sue me. It's crazy to me that this is the organization that gets pushed all the time as a way to deflect on the fact that 99% of Jews consider that type of rhetoric anti-Semitic. And I want to be clear, it's not being pro-Palestinian that's anti-Semitic. It's the way in which they engage. It's the sayings that they use, and not all Palestinian, like pro-Palestinian people engage in this type of rhetoric. I used to be a part of a Palestinian or like pro-Palestinian organization 10 years ago. It did not engage in 90% of this rhetoric. That was considered vile at the time. Now it's considered the norm, to the point that their rally leaders are engaging in it. And like the movement has just been taken over by such obvious anti-Semitism, and their only defense is tokenizing fraud organizations. So that's wild. to me that that's allowed to happen. Sorry, it's
If you
just a
don't-
major rant, but it fucking drives me insane.
If you don't mind me asking, I'm probably I'm going to ban this person probably after this, but can you just address the one thing, the one theory that like people think that the Israeli government knew what was going to happen and let it happen?
There's no evidence of that. No, I mean, not that I've seen at least, but like,
Yeah.
Is the evidence just that that Likud was incompetent and the IDF was incompetent? Because there's very clear reasons on why the IDF was incompetent, right? Weren't a bunch of the major players in the IDF sacked by Netanyahu because they weren't loyal to him, right? And so like there was a bunch of really major mistakes made in the leadership of the IDF, that they were inept, and they were also ordered to go somewhere against what they wanted, where they wanted to stay in the south, and they were ordered to go up north to defend settlers.
Yeah.
This is gonna stick around, unfortunately. Like Pearl Harbor also happened because of an American strategic incompetence in planning, and the conspiracy theory that the Americans knew it was going to happen persists to this day. I think, unfortunately, this conspiracy will stick around.
Yeah, I think so too.
I would also ask, like, what does it change for someone? Right? It's like, it reminds me of the Hassan talking about how it was a conspiracy by Zionists to bait people to be anti-Semitic by putting up the posters. It's like, what if it was? Why did you take the bait? Right?
Yeah, why are you taking them down? Just don't do it. Yeah.
I can't comment on that. Like, I'm sorry. I can't, like, when you bring up other social media figures, be it Hassan or the Surfs or whoever, like, I agree to a no drama rule. I can't say anything negative about other creators, so I can't comment.
Yeah.
Can't comment. Sorry.
I don't. Message me, Hassan, if you see this. Have it out with me.
Yeah.
Like, are there any like legitimate kind of, I don't know, questions?
Yeah, like what's the evidence? Like, what's the evidence that someone has that it was like that? I heard that from Israelis. I have heard whispers of like fears of a conspiracy. I think it's like there's like a lot of anger, especially the day of, when like especially like my brother's best friend was hiding in a dumpster, and the whole time initially he was just texting, saying goodbye, and then hours later, thankfully the terrorists hadn't come back to his area, and he's just thinking the IDF's going to show up, right? At some point. I mean, it's been like 5 hours in this dumpster, right? And they're just not there, right? Like, this is a country. So it's like, I understand. And so like at that day, I think there were a lot of like, he's letting this happen. And especially a lot of the Jews that got killed were lefty Jews that were not supportive of Netanyahu. Like, but it's like, it was an emotional response. And all I had to do is like, you take a day to start thinking logically and be like, it makes no sense, right? Even assuming the guy's morally bankrupt to do it.
I don't think we should entertain any of these like people. Are there any questions, like legitimate questions from people in chat?
I think you should condemn people who say that. I don't think you should ever indulge in any conspiracy nonsense.
It's like engaging with flat earthers. I don't see a point.
Yeah. Well, I banned the person like a bit ago, but I guess chat, if you have any questions, like legitimate questions for the people who are on the call right now, feel free to type them. Okay. Ceasefire, yes or no, is one.
Right now, no.
Yeah, right now, no.
At first, I thought like the IDF had no like proper plan. Like, obviously, the war is against Hamas from the start, but like it was kind of messy, and we weren't too sure if it's just another, invasion into Gaza that will end in like a fake ceasefire, and we'll go out, and then Hamas will start firing again, and we'll get into the vicious cycle that has been happening for years. Yeah. But right now, it's obvious that it's not the same, and we're gonna stay. I believe that we should stay there until.
I might call for a ceasefire after the hostages. are released. But I think, like,
That's
I
where
might
I
be
lean.
able.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might tolerate. I'll put it like this: I'll tolerate calls for a ceasefire more if the hostages are released. But anyone calling for a ceasefire right now is basically calling for Hamas to keep the hostages and to win.
And
Yeah, and
remember,
that's not a
guys,
And it's
ceasefire.
just
A ceasefire.
Yeah.
The thing is, I do support a ceasefire, like completely. The
Yeah.
problem is that their version of a ceasefire is one where Hamas still gets to rape and torture and keep these kids and women away from Israel. Like that's not a ceasefire, right? That's wild. And that they're and the only counter that is like, oh, release every single terrorist in your prison. Not even just the ones without trial, not even, which are like, I think 1,100 or something.
we've
Not
played this
even
game for
the young
years
one,
with
right?
them.
Like none of that. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
and that's not going to happen. They know that's not going to happen.
And there
so
was
it
a
doesn't
ceasefire.
make sense.
Yeah,
there
to
was a
be clear,
ceasefire.
there was a ceasefire, and Hamas broke that on October 7th.
Like they always do. So
Yeah.
if we pulled out of Gaza, it will just be another one of these situations that like happened for years, and like it's just an answer to them saying like, yeah, you can do October 7th again. Sure.
Hamas continuing to have its dominance in Gaza, and they've oppressed the Gazans for a very long period of time. They're an illegitimate government. They haven't been voted by the majority of the population. Now they haven't had an election since 2006 or something.
2006.
So it's like, yeah, so it's like to me, I regard them as like this. They were primarily foreign funded by organizations that do not have the Palestinians' interests, best interests at heart. So the longer this goes, the more, to me, like the more in danger Palestinians are in general. So I feel like you can make a really good, solid pro-Palestinian argument of why Hamas needs to be removed, regardless. And I've heard plenty good ones. But anyways, like I support humanitarian pauses, especially now that Israel, the IDF has taken control of all of northern Gaza, so that they can at least facilitate and make sure that any resources, like health resources or humanitarian resources, go to the right people and not to Hamas, who is stealing it. So in that case, then yeah, I support major humanitarian pauses, or again, them getting fuel now and all these types of things, right? But at the same time, it doesn't. There's no way like that a proper ceasefire can end without the hostages being returned. And the problem is, I don't think a lot of them are going to get returned, because I don't think Hamas knows where a lot of, this is my theory, and this is my little conspiracy theory, right? That I don't think Hamas knows where a lot of the hostages are. I think they know where some of them are, right? Obviously, some of them are theirs, but it wasn't just Hamas that participated in the October 7th massacre. There were other groups, and so it's like I don't even know how they're able to give all of them back. And I don't even think they expected to be as successful on October 7th as they were.
I suspect that a decent amount of them are also already, dead. Yeah.
Well, they'll claim that they got killed by Israeli bombs, which is bullshit. By the way, is completely bullshit.
Yeah, they're underground.
They've been kept in tunnels safely with Hamas. So that's bullshit.
So somebody says, what do you see as a valid road to peace?
Valid road? That's like a very broad question, I feel like, when we're talking about the Gaza war.
I can tell you what I did see as a valid road to peace. I just that a lot of that evaporated on October 7th. Like I don't I am very pessimistic about peace in the region, to be honest now. So I don't know if the others feel the same way.
I'm optimistic. Keep in mind that it was Netanyahu's policy that you could forever ignore. I've been doing something, so maybe you can help me with this. You know that Netanyahu, before he went into Israeli politics, was a lobbyist in the US, and that he went to universities to debate Arab groups, right? There's a debate that he had with an Egyptian, I think in the 80s, where the Egyptian asks him, how will you resolve conflict in the Middle East? And his response is, I will make peace. Netanyahu tells him, I will make peace with all the Arabs except the Palestinians. And the Egyptian tells him, yeah, okay, you will bandage your wound, but you will still have stomach cancer.
Yeah.
And I'm really desperately trying to find the clip, but I can't find it. But yeah, Netanyahu's policy for like the last 20 years, the Israeli rights policy was, you can ignore the Palestinians. You can just
Well,
put
what's
them into a
interesting,
stasis, and that has
you're
failed.
completely correct. He's also been the least, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like the least hawkish prime minister Israel has ever had. A lot of people don't realize this because I think people associate being bad to the Palestinians with being hawkish, right? With being war hungry or wanting to engage in any kind of military. But it's the opposite. He's oppressed Palestinians immensely while also not engaging with in any in many war efforts. Like literally, out of every prime minister in the history of Israel, he is being the least hawkish. And so it's like I think this idea of being less hawkish with groups like Hamas, as that is somehow being anti-Palestine, like that doesn't connect always so cleanly, right? Because it just continues to further perpetuate this problem, right?
Yeah,
Like
it's a
that was his
festering
natural
wound.
attitude. Yeah, that was his attitude with it. Was like, we won't engage in war. We'll do little hits, tit for tat, tit for tat. Just prolong it. Don't engage in any kind of war to actually solve the problem.
I guess a testy for $5 super chatted, so I do want to read his thing. He says, "Great convo. Appreciate everyone here. What do people think of the things happening in the West Bank right now, and how should that be approached?"
They should. I don't support the settlements. The settlements should go. We need to figure this shit out and relocate them into proper Israel. And there's no way that the settlements can stay and be justified in any way, in my opinion.
The settlements in the West Bank, there's a very good argument that they directly led to the lack of security and the mistakes that happened that led to October 7th being so deadly for Israelis who lived in actual Israel proper. I do reject the idea that all settlers. I have this visceral reaction to the word settler because it's like feels like this dog whistle for just Jew now.
Just
but
all Israelis.
or like excuse for just killing people. But the majority of settlers are not actually like religious ideologues. So a lot of them are like, poor, and Israel's very expensive. And the government gave a lot of, like, it was a bit much cheaper to live over the Green Line. So a lot of people live there because not out of some political goal, but because out of financial and material necessity. And it's like this unfortunate like decision that a lot of people made, and I have a lot of sympathy for those types of people, but for the people that are there for ideological reasons, and especially the people engaging in violence against innocent Palestinians there, that has created this tit for tat that's going on, and especially some of the vile things I've seen done to Palestinians there. It's like they put all Israelis in danger. They're just vile people with no Jewish values, and that shit just disgusts me. I don't see, to me, like the West Bank is just it's Israel's greatest mistake. Morally, it's its greatest mistake. Strategically, it's its greatest mistake. They should have immediately once they won the area in the 6-Day War, they should have immediately given back.
And it only becomes harder the more people are born there and become like native, quote unquote.
Yeah, because the only way to solve it is an ethnic cleansing of one of the populations, and that's like and of course, Israel is probably the more moral way is to is to remove all the Jews from the area, and they're going to call it an ethnic cleansing the way they did when they got removed from Gaza, but it's better than the alternative, I guess. But there's no way like that. It's just, it's absolutely a disaster.
By the way, what people don't understand is the alternative is just making it so much more feasible that another October 7th will happen, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say what my friend Alex said. He said that before October 7th, but I'm just gonna reflect it. He said that the Israeli government should just hand out Palestinian passports to all the settlers, then pull out the IDF and just declare, yeah, you're all Palestinians now. So
The problem
yeah,
is that like a lot of the settlers, the original settlements, a lot of people don't know how the original settlements happened, but um, the original settlements in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem happened because a lot of from it was people reclaiming, it was Jews reclaiming land not from 2,000 years ago, but literally from 20 years before, from before 1948, when they had been kicked out of their land as a result of Jordan taking over the area in the 1948 war. And so they were reclaiming their old settlements, like their own communities, and they did that without the support of the Israeli government. And they just went in off and did it themselves. And their argument was like, "This was our community. You guys can military occupy whatever you plan to do. We don't care. But this is our community. We're gonna go build it back." So they went back to their homes, and that's how those first settlements happen. And then Israel over time would be like, okay, well, we guess we better give these guys some electricity, and having to start that, and then it starts into like major projects, and then the government actually starts facilitating it and making it a part of official policy in the 2000s. So but
yeah,
that's how it originally started, as a somewhat land back movement. And I think that that's like uh, that's this weird deep irony that
Yeah.
like this is like such a both groups like like the people who are causing so many problems in this are people who would just immediately think like who just want their land back for what happened to them previously, which just further
Yeah.
perpetuates the
I
I
have
cycle.
one
I have a
question.
very negative opinion of these people because I had to for a very long time deal with someone in my server who was, I think you call them hilltop people.
Yeah, we call
Yeah,
them like
yeah,
the hilltop
yeah,
youth, Norgvald.
yeah. I had to like I had one of those people in my community, my server. He was the most contemptible racist piece of shit I've encountered like
Yeah, they're the
in
most
ages.
radicalized.
I have no positive opinions about these people because of that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
One question I got from the chat was, who feels compelled to move more towards their Jewish faith, and have they sought out their community more in the wake of October 7th?
I stayed a secular atheist all through.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. For me it's been very confusing. I think I'm definitely still a secular atheist, I guess, but it was hard. Today I was surrounded by the Israeli flag for the first time in like 15 years or something like that. Um, and I was for the first time in I don't even know how long I was not a minority in a crowd of people. I can't remember the last time that happened to me.
Yeah, to be honest,
I have always been a minority, and today I wasn't, and that was a bit of a exhilarating experience. When you're not used to it, it's like this intense sense of safety that came with it. And so that's something that so I've been feeling very tribalistic, which I think is very natural. When Jews experience a lot of anti-Semitism, they tend to retreat inward, just instinctually. And I know that when I interact with people who are Jewish, I don't have to constantly be worried or like, did they buy into that fake map on the internet, right? Do they think that that we're committing a genocide, so they're justifying a genocide against us? Are they thinking all these vile thoughts? I don't have to ever worry about those things when I'm around other Jews, and I think that there's a sense of comfort that's coming with that.
Even
So
me,
yeah.
who lived in Israel my entire life, even me, like I have a synagogue right across the road from where I live, and like it's a like nearby a shopping center and everything, so I always go by it. So I went by it and I was like, maybe I should just like, because everyone feels so alone, even in Israel, by the way.
Yeah.
Even that, like, so I thought like maybe I should just like go inside for like just to be with people who are so like just to feel like a sense of community, that everyone is like keeping each other safe, even though I don't agree with them on anything.
I joined
But
Facebook again, okay? Like that's how bad it is. I
I know,
Yeah.
joined
right? It's
Facebook
insane.
because that's where the huge part of the Jewish community is. And just so I can connect with people, I recently joined the Jewish community center in my area. Never would have done that. previously. So yeah, definitely
How did
feeling
it
more
go for you?
tribalistic, feeling more connected for sure.
How did it go for you when you joined them? Because again, I had the same thought about the
The
synagogue.
Jewish Community Center?
Yeah.
I haven't gone to something yet, but I have thought of joining a synagogue, but like I also don't want to be lectured that I don't keep kosher. So I don't know. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. SFO
No,
for $10 says the rightoids I know are either anti-Israel for obvious reasons or they're isolationists. They consider it a foreign conflict. Seems like only centrists are supporting Israel on liberal principles at the moment. So
there are right-wing.
I'm going to comment on this. Okay, I have to tell you, like, also, I'm not Jewish, and I'm wondering if I'm intruding on a stream that is like meant for Jews as guests. So if you want me to leave, you should tell me. But so yeah, but the thing I wanted to comment on this, the thing I wanted to comment on this, it's become very obvious now that we're entering like a world of increasing conflict. Like, one person who scares me is Peter Sion, and a lot of the videos that I make basically try to argue against what he argues. He believes that like the globalist order that is being held in order, the international globalist economic order being held in place by the US is starting to collapse, and that we're going to enter a period of prolonged, intensified international conflicts. And I'm starting to worry. I've been trying to argue against him as much as I can, but I'm starting to worry that he might be right. But like, what have we seen in the past years? We've seen the war in Ukraine. We've seen the war in Nagorno-Karabakh between Armenia and Azerbaijan. By the way, Azerbaijan is currently gearing up, building up its military to invade mainland Armenia. Now we're saying this in Israel, but we're also seeing more and more tensions with Iran and Syria. Like, we're entering a period. If you want to be isolationist, okay. If you're American, that's a luxury you can afford. But historically, whenever America was isolationist, conflicts internationally came to knock on its door. And we're going, if we're really entering a realignment of the world into a new Cold War, where the borders of this Cold War are currently being drawn by a renewed outbreak of violence worldwide, you can't afford to be an isolationist. You just can't. The new map of the new Cold War is being drawn right now. I'd rather have a lot more within the Western Bloc than less. That's how I'll put it.
I just want to say Doug Geaver was waiting in the in the call.
Yeah, can I point out something kind of funny to break the doom and gloom? I don't know, Eris, if you noticed it too, but like the Gever is like the man in Hebrew. So.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. De Gever. Sorry, I didn't realize you were Israeli. I would have brought you in earlier. But welcome to the call, De Gever. I wanted to give a chance.
Is De Giver like a reference to the book The Giver? Like, is that where it comes from?
I think like da as in the, and like Gever as in man in Hebrew.
Oh, okay. Oh, Gever. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, we can't hear you right now, Gever. If you are speaking, we couldn't hear you. But
please confirm or deny.
You know, my favorite phrase, Hebrew phrase that I've taught all my friends and all my nice goy friends, is Ainli hasablanu bishvil zeh. And I've taught them all, right? And they all say it all the fucking time. It's so funny because they work so hard to pronounce it right and everything like that.
Dude, we're gonna do like a stream of just like teaching people Hebrew, just the stupidest Hebrew phrases.
It's just Hebrew's the best language for when you're pissed off, right? Like that's it's an angry language. Like this is not. It's at least that's the association I have in my head.
I want to throw this in because this is something like these are the people who don't get all the credit that they deserve. The most inspiring people over the last few weeks to me have been the Iranians. Those who
today,
yeah.
They were almost half of the people at the rally I was at today, and two of the speakers were Iranian. One was a guy who actually had survived an Iranian, like he was prison and was like tortured and shit. Like it was crazy to hear his story.
In Iran itself, did you see them screaming at football matches and printing, like someone printed Stars of David on Iranian currency bills.
Damn.
With the phrase in Persian, "Death to the Ayatollah."
What a giver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It must be so confusing to be an Iranian. Like to have their such rich history, right? And then what's happened in the last, since the revolution. It's just, it must be.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Me Cookie Twitch typed this earlier, and I just wanted to read it because I know that they are Jewish as well. Amongst friends, I refer to myself as Jewish, but I have become so much closer with Jewish coworkers and friends that I haven't really connected with before. It's a weird time. And I do think, a lot of people are, seeking, people.
A sense of community,
yeah. So.
That's why I appreciate these conversations so much, like these spaces. It's so important right now.
You want to know something? Actually, no, I changed my mind. I'm not going to say it.
No. Okay, whatever. Yeah, sure. Now I need to know it, though.
Something. One of the first things that happened after the Holocaust was Jews. So the majority of Jews that survived the Holocaust were young, right? Like they were they were teenagers, 20s, 30s, early 40s, right? And they lost the whole family. They get to Israel and they immediately just start hooking up with each other, right? Like it's like literally full baby boom. Like they're like, okay, Hitler killed a bunch of us, we're gonna have to repopulate. And so they reconvene. And something, I have never been hit on by so many Jewish men in my life than in the last month. I swear. It is the strangest thing, and I'm curious if there's any other Jewish women in here that have experienced the same thing. Like I'll join a Jewish group, and immediately, instead of start talking about October 7th, they just start hitting on you.
Jewish women, speak up now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just been this really strange, weird, funny thing.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't know. In my head, it's like the phrase going in my head right now is the refugee appeal or whatever. Like I don't know, people just perceive you as as a oppressed refugee or whatever.
I don't know. Suddenly going for the shiksa isn't that appealing anymore. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But am I not? I just realized. Should I not say shiksa? I don't know if it's a slur, but
I don't know enough to really say. Me Cookie says, "I married outside my faith. My bad." I mean, I support interfaith and intermarriage or whatever. So but let me look at another question here. Somebody asked, should the Palestinians have their own state, and what territory should that be?
Should the Palestinians have their own state?
For that, I say yes. For where it should be, that's much more complicated.
You know what? The only answer I have is all the different sides' arguments for the answers, right? I don't know who's correct, to be honest, anymore. I thought I knew what was correct, but I again, October 7th blew up a lot of my belief system and ideology, and so it's hard to know. I've been emotional, so it's hard to know what is going to stick, right, and what is just a reaction, an emotional reaction. But I know the right wing perspective is, well, Palestinians, they already have a state. It's in Jordan, right?
Yeah.
So they'll say something like that, but and ignores how Jordanians treated Palestinians. But at the same time, it's Palestinians, they need their own self-determination to solve this. They can't live in a one-state solution. I mean, that's impossible. It just can't
neither
happen.
Side can.
So it's either they get a state or they live in this perpetual state, a situation of statelessness, occupation.
They become the next Jews pre-Israel, basically.
Yeah, and that's those are kind of the two options. People who think that Israel is just going to allow itself. I don't know. People the stuff that I hear from the left that they think Israel is just going to destroy its own borders and annihilate itself for the sake of like lefty principles that no Palestinians or Jews don't want in the region are wild. Like it's so naive. That could happen one day, but it would only happen after the two nations have lived side by side for a significant long time in peace. But it definitely couldn't happen now. But I couldn't imagine. So like they have to get some kind of state. The problem is that what kind of state is it, and who are the legitimate leaders of the Palestinian people? And this has been like a core issue of the Palestinian refugee problem, or just even before they were refugees, like the people who originally rejected the UN partition plan on behalf of the Palestinians. What's his name? I forget his name, but and the other Arab countries that represented them, were they truly representatives of the Palestinian people? Is Mahmoud Abbas, who is considered the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, that the majority of them do not consider legitimate, that they haven't elected, that he refuses to hold elections because he will get removed, and on top of that, the PA still has a martyr fund, and they still like have vile things. I mean, like they initially said that they were against the October 7th attack, then they took that back, and like, are they illegitimate? I that's the problem. It's like who is the legitimate Palestinian leadership? That's like they need a Mandela figure. That's what I say. Like they need like some kind of like Mandela philosopher king.
What do you think about this proposal that was floated around by, I think it was a former French defense minister on French TV in a debate round? He said that we should offer the Israelis NATO membership in exchange for pulling out of the West Bank. And it doesn't matter what type of state comes to be for the Palestinians in the West Bank, because there will be a looming threat of a war with all of NATO rather than just a war with Israel if they do anything. If they persist in like rocket attacks and stuff like that.
Okay, but here's the problem, right? Are they allowed control of the airspace? Like, because there are issues, there are just natural geographic issues there. And this was the original problem that a lot of people think. They look at the UN partition plan of 1947, they say, oh, that's so flawed. Jews got the majority of land, even though they're a third of the population. And then Jews are like, hey, well, we only got desert. And then the Arabs are like, but we got, it's like such a mix of the issue. There's the geography of the region is a disaster. And if you look into how the UN even devised the partition plan, like you can read like all the literature on it, and they were just as confused, and they tried their best, and they probably did the best job one could do, given the circumstances. Like the nature of the geography is such a challenge. Like I don't know how they allow Palestinians to be able to control the airspace above the West Bank, and I know that a lot of Palestinians will not consider their state legitimate if they don't get to control their airspace, right? So like there are things like that I just don't know how it's solvable. The only thing I could think of is something similar to what
is that like
happened with Yugoslavia. Yeah,
that is a really bad example. That is a really bad example.
That's exactly why it feels like that's like the only thing I could think of, something like that, and that's obviously a terrible example. So that's.
I think a lot of people need to realize what died last month is the one-state solution, not the two-state solution.
Yeah.
And when people bring up Bosnia as an example, so one thing people forget about the Bosnian genocide is the Bosnian genocide was successful. Srebrenica, which is the town famous for the Srebrenica massacre, what a lot of people don't know, Srebrenica is a Serb town today. The Bosnians didn't come back home. The population is Serb now. I think a third of all the towns that used to be Bosnian before the war are now almost completely Serb. All the Bosnians are gone. They were driven out. And then after the war ended, someone had this really stupid, dumb fuck idea of saying, okay, these people, the Bosnians and the Serbs, who just spent 10 years slaughtering each other and committed the first genocide in Europe since the Second World War, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make these two people live together in one state. And it is the single most dysfunctional, kleptocratic, broken catastrophe of a state in Europe. It just doesn't work. The Serbs, if we're honest, they just still want to kill all the Bosnians. At least the Bosnian Serbs do. So it just doesn't work. It's a disaster. And to say, oh yeah, let's copy this in Israel is even a more stupid idea.
Yeah.
I can't think of a dumb
Brab
idea.
is in the chat and disagrees with you. We might have to set up a debate between the two of you. It would be funny. So at least. But yeah.
God, the whole idea of people think that this is like a simple matter, just like a simple solution. Just we suggest something and do it, and things will be fine. No, guys.
When people say that, oh my god, that's another one of my biggest pet
I get so
peeves,
irritated.
Yeah.
I get so irritated. I get filled with
that's something.
rage. Yeah.
I get along with Vosh. But I really, when he said that, I was like, damn, why do you say that? Like, that I think he said something like the biggest lie he'd ever been told about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict was that it was complex.
Oh God.
And it was something like that. I might be misquoting, but it's like it's so strange. Like again, as I said earlier, most of my education is very focused on the early stages of the conflict, and primarily like 1 year. So it's and even then I don't know everything about that year. And about that war. It's so I like know one perspective to really delve into it, and even then the knowledge is constantly changing. There's new research coming out. And new perspectives. It's insanely complex. People were always asking me about my opinion on the current conflict, and a lot of times I'd be like, I don't fucking know, like, because I'm stuck in history. I don't really know what's been going on lately besides for Second Intifada, things like that. And I don't really know the history of Hamas. Hamas comes way later in my world, right? And so I decided recently to start researching Hamas a lot. And Hamas, which I had framed in my mind, and I think very understandably so, is like this very simplistic, pure evil organization. It's actually very complex. Like this terrorist organization that did some of the most vile things that I saw on October 7th that I fucking hate with every part of my being. It's a complex organization with a complex history.
Yeah, the circumstances of how they were formed.
And my PC is crashing. I'll be back in like 5 minutes
no
because
problem.
I have to turn the plug. I'll see you soon.
Yeah,
Bye.
and it's insanely complex. Like they originally weren't. They came out of a charity. They originally believed in non-violence against civilians. It took it took the Goldstein massacre for them to change. And originally, Islam. We now see Islam as a gasoline to the fire kind of situation, or sometimes the cause of a lot of the violence that we see in the Middle East and with jihadism with Hamas. But Islam can also be interpreted the exact opposite way, and it was often used as an excuse to and a reason to not target civilians. Right?
Isn't that why they separate like the terms like Muslim and Islamist? Like
it's just wrong. It's just like any. I mean, you can interpret it the way it's like the same way. Like, look at all the different interpretations of the Torah with Zionism. Like so, and so like the original interpretation, the original people, the groups that were violent and believed in violence against civilians were secular Palestinians, right? And it was the religious Muslim Palestinians that rejected that framing, and it swaps. And the dynamics of how it swaps from the Fatah, or they originally the PLO, going from targeting civilians and justifying horrific crimes against civilians, to now accepting nonviolence, right? And Hamas, the swap that Hamas makes it's fascinating and it's very complex. The founder, Yassin, I forget his name, but he's a very complex man. And so even if you knew nothing about the conflict and you just read about Hamas, you'd be like, there is so much there. And if I can say that after what just happened to my people a month, and it was like a few weeks I was reading this by this organization, and I can say that that's complex, right? It's like people can say that the entire conflict's complex. I'm giving people I'm giving them enough credit to be able to do that.
Yeah. Oh my God! I can hear the giver.
Wait, let me see. The Giver? Hello? I see them
I heard
lighting
like a,
up, but I don't hear them.
I heard for a single and that's it. Oh, fuck. But yeah, I agree with everything you said, Eris. It's like, it's just like there's no. I don't think I mean you're giving them like you're being good faith toward them, but like at this point, like people say it's simple, just fuck off and then educate yourself just a bit. I hate saying
Nothing is
educate yourself, but just go in
I
Wikipedia.
understand why people want to say it's simple because it's much easier to live in that world. It's one of the reasons why when I hear about another conflict going on around the world, whether it's like Hong Kong or even I don't know something like debating the terminology if the Holodomor is considered a genocide or something like that. I try really not hard not to just jump on a bandwagon of whatever is closest to my political leanings, because it's so often so much more complex than that. Like if this tiny conflict is such a small portion of the world is as complex, I can only imagine what major, even bigger conflicts are. Like just like I would feel so stupid having an opinion on the historical conflict between India and Pakistan, right? I feel like I could research probably for years and be incredibly dumb about it.
That is actually something. That's actually a great thing to bring up in that kind of context because I, for years, had the opinion that Pakistan is a state whose existence is a mistake, right? I was for it was a legacy of British colonialism, and I believe it shouldn't exist because Hindus and Muslims should just be made to live together in peace. And recent events, the Modi government, the pogroms against the pogrom, I know that word is usually used for when Jews are the victims, but what Hindu nationalists have been doing to Muslims in India, etc., it just proved why Pakistan must exist as a state. And in that same vein, October
like
this year
good
proved
fences
why
make
Israel
good
must
neighbors.
exist. Yeah. No, it's also just like I don't think you should like recent events proved why Israel must exist, right? The October
Yeah.
just proved that to me. It reiterated that to me more than anything else. And
Yeah, I don't
it's
even know. I don't know, like people used to always ask me if I was a Zionist um before this, and I would always say like I don't know, it really depends on your definition of Zionism. And now if someone asked me, I would say 100%. Like
I
it
think
was
Pakistan and Israel are countries that are
yeah.
good to compare, to be honest with you. I
I
really
wouldn't
think
say
that
it's like
I mean, I guess I
100%,
would
but
have
like
to.
for me, but like I would
Yeah.
side much more with Zionism, definitely.
I would have to think about the Pakistan India thing because yes, there's a long history of like Hinduism and Hindu nationalists really persecuting Muslims within India. Like absolutely. At the same time, I look at Pakistan and see a lot of extremism within that country, and I don't know how to feel about it. I guess that's like where my conflict is. And especially with the rise of BJP recently, also like that, things have become even worse. And like I said in a previous conversation, radicalism breeds radicalism. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I guess I would have to think about that. It's a good point though, that you're making about it. So
Someone in your chat brings up, I think, an interesting counter, which is that they said, was World War II Axis versus Allies complex? It was complex, but who was right and wrong wasn't complex, right? And I think that that's like a good response to that. The way I would say that is that makes sense when you're talking about a short war, like a war from 1939 to 1945. When you're talking about the Arab-Israeli conflict that goes back a lot. I forget how old this is. Like I can't do math, but like 70 something years, and that has a long history way before that too. It's to and that there's a lot of players that are not just Israel and Palestine. There are other Arab countries. There's the British. There's the Ottoman Empire, right? There are the people who originally kicked out the Jews, the Romans, right? Like there's like a lot of mix in that you can't to paint the entire conflict with one brush and just say, oh, it's this group's fault. is it's just going to always be somewhat disingenuous. Because although what I would say is like you can divide it into specific aspects, right? On October 7th, 100%. That is Hamas's fault, and that's the fault for the people who voted for Hamas and all that kind of stuff there, right? But you can also say that like the occupation and the settlements is to me is very simple as well. There's like a lot of you can break it down individually, right? Or like 1967 is a lot more mixed, right? But 1972 is more objective. Like it's you can break down the individual situations and say, okay, like that situation's very objective. Like when Israel used white phosphorus, that is they were wrong there, right? Like that is not morally complex type of thing. But to group the entire conflict all together, which is a constant tit for tat. That's constant. Benny Morris, the historian, called his book over the entire conflict "Righteous Victims" because both groups in this conflict are convinced that they're the primary victims in it. To just like, yeah, to just automatically assume that one is what is just so strange to me.
That is the reason why sort of this postmodern way of seeing things and analyzing things, of trying to define who is the oppressed and who is the victim, won't work here. Because this is a conflict between two victims. Yeah, you're not going to.
They're both indigenous. They're both indigenous populations that have been historically oppressed by. Like this is a region, like the area mandate of Palestine. The term Palestine is itself a imperial colonized name in itself, right? And then on top of that, there's and then this is a region that has been like used as a puzzle piece. Sorry, as a bargaining piece and just a military piece in general, and oppressed for thousands of years by various empires and various foreign invaders.
Do you know who Czesław Miłosz is?
Doesn't ring.
He was a Polish anti-communist dissident.
Okay.
So it's kind of like Václav Havel in Czechoslovakia, or Milan Kundera in Czechoslovakia. And he wrote this book called The Native Realm, A Search for Self-Definition. Miloš, he fled into exile in the 1950s, and he wrote this book, and it's about, what does it mean to be in exile? What does it mean to be oppressed? What does it mean to be a Pole who's not in Poland? And I decided to read that book again after October because, I've been basically trying to make sense of it by reading other stuff. It's what is really fascinating about Czesław Miłosz's book is if you read a lot of the Eastern dissidents in the communist era, they have a lot of contempt for Russians. That's not surprising, considering what the Russians did, right? But what Czesław does in his book is he humanizes the Russians. So he deliberately doesn't just rage about them, condemn them, talk about how awful they are and the awful things that they're doing to Poles. He humanizes the occupier. He humanizes his oppressor. And that's an interesting thing to me, because what you see in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is two sides who compete over who is the most dehumanized. Nobody puts effort, or barely anyone, I think, puts it. I've never seen a Palestinian try to humanize the Israelis.
Yeah.
And I've seen very few Israelis who try to humanize the Palestinians. There's no effort put into that.
To be fair, the new historians were all Israeli. So I'll defend my people there, right? That the Israel has released the majority of its documentation from a bunch of historical events to scholars and open the archives and stuff for Israelis and Israeli academics to be able to criticize the government and stuff. And some of the largest critics of Zionism in Israel are Israeli, right? Like Avi Shlaim or Ilan Pape. Who they make their careers off of.
I didn't
humanizing. So, and I definitely don't think I see that as often. I guess on the other side, but that might just be anecdotal.
There was a Holocaust museum in the West Bank that was open and run by, I think it was the only Palestinian Holocaust historian, who tried to organize tours for Palestinian youth to travel to Auschwitz and to see and to teach. The Holocaust museum was shut down by Fatah. And he was driven out of the West Bank. I think he lives in exile in Germany now.
Oh, the history, it's really interesting. There's this really interesting history of how Muslim anti-Semitism became very similar to Christian anti-Semitism. Because originally, the type of anti-Semitism that existed, or discrimination against Jews that existed in Muslim states, is very, very different. It was still not nice, right? But they were still considered like, people of the book and got certain, at least some basic protections in like an apartheid-like system. But they certainly weren't treated on the same level or with the same kind of hatred that you saw in Christian countries. But in the 19th century, particularly Russia, started transferring a lot of
I don't like the
anti-Semitic
apartheid
tropes in history.
comparison. I don't like the apartheid comparison because the apartheid has its origin
I
in
agree.
Dutch Calvinism. In Calvinist theology, there's a concept called sovereign spheres. That each segment of a population, that society must be divided up into spheres of sovereignty, where people are responsible for that specific segment. For example, you divide society basically up into farmers and merchants, etc., and they all have their own unique responsibilities. And the Dutch Calvinist settlers who came to apartheid to South Africa, they transferred that system into Africa and established the spheres of sovereignty system, where it was okay. The black people.
It's not an accurate word to
responsible for
describe it, obviously, and I tend to not like those communities, but I used it colloquially, and that's why I said apartheid-like, to demonstrate, because otherwise it'd be very complex to explain. That they were second-class citizens, they were allowed to be enslaved, they were allowed this, it was like obviously like a summary. I do kind of just want to respond.
It's a little pernicious thing from me. I have to put this out. Like, a lot of people think that apartheid had its origins in like racist pseudoscience of the 19th century. No, apartheid is a religious fanatic racism that has its origins in Calvinism. I think people should know that. I think it's an important difference to point out. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Eris. Sorry.
I just wanted to so Ravignon. Okay. What you're saying is, you're not correct here. I know this because even though I didn't study ancient history myself much, I've had a lot of talks with ancient history professors. There's one called Dr. David. Oh God, I follow him on Twitter, and I've sometimes retweeted him. He's an amazing ancient historian, specifically focusing on the Near East, which is what they call the region at the time. He talked about this on my stream and everything. The Philistines were not native to the region. They didn't even live in the region. Like, they didn't even conquer that specific area, the specific area of Palestine or Canaan or Judea. They were in a separate region, and the Romans named it after them because they were the historical enemies of the Israelites, as a way to humiliate the Jews, right? It was kind of like, I don't know, France taking over America and naming it after Britain. It's a way to really piss Americans off or something. You can definitely take call it an imperialized colonizing. I don't know the official term, but whatever lefties always say about that shit. But the region that you're talking about, so the kingdom of Judea comes from the kingdom of Israel, right? It's when they split, but it's still a part of the same region. It was still originally Judah was just one tribe of the 12 tribes of Israel. So I think I'm trying to take you in good faith, but I do think that you're going to have to research more on this, on the actual ancient history.
I just got back.
That's ahistorical.
Well, I want to say Silvern is here. Silvern is also, I think, Jewish and wanted to kind of like speak on stuff. So hi, Silvern. Hopefully.
Sup?
Hey, am I coming in through?
You're coming in. You're coming in. It is kind of
all right. Awesome.
Bad audio, but yeah. Go ahead.
I'm doing it from my phone in the car because I don't want to wake my son. He just went to sleep.
Oh. Okay.
But anyway, first off, thank you. This is my first Zog meeting, so I really appreciate that. anyway, so it's been number one. It's been super super great as I live in the States. I'm a Jew in New Jersey, and it's just so good to actually hear these different voices of how it's been affecting Jews elsewhere. Harris in Canada. I'm sorry, I forgot the name, but you're Israeli, right?
Yeah, Monokuro, yeah, in Israel.
Okay, yeah. So it's that perspective is also just like what's the everyday Jew feeling has been like so illuminating over there. At least on my end, like I remember, if you don't mind me going to like my quick October 7th experience. I remember like going to bed because I think it was like 11:30 stateside here, and then it was just early morning over there. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
So, and like it was crazy how Twitter was just like nonstop, like because the censoring couldn't even keep up with like what you were seeing.
Yeah.
And it was just like all in my face, and like I don't even know. I'm not sure if I slept, and I woke up the next day, and I just look at my wife, and my wife is not Jewish. And I just had this look in my eye. I'm like, I don't even think I can talk to her right now about like what I'm feeling or what I've just seen. And so I let it go for like a day, and then I think she brings it up. It's like, hey, did you hear about this? And I'm like, I need to talk to you about something. And I just like I explained to her everything I saw, and the first thing, and then you might have seen in the chat where I messaged that question out there, like, hey, has it brought you closer to your community, or you want to feel like a greater connection to your religion? The first question I asked my wife about it, and I said, this is like the nation of Israel, so where's God in all of this? Like, and I consider myself a secular atheist Jew, like most of you here. So that was the first thing I had to like ask myself, and it like really like it shook me to the core, the entire experience. And then I remember the following Shabbos, because we try and do a Shabbos dinner at least like once a month as a family, my brother, his wife, and my mother and my father. And it just like it came down like this huge deluge of emotion just at the table. The thing was I saw all like the horror, like all the images from the rave and just in the streets, and then the first image that I actually saw that made me like have to openly weep was do you remember when Ethan Klein was talking about that video of the man holding his kid?
Yeah.
And he's trying to comfort the child, but the child's already dead. That just sent me to like this whole another level of like despair. Because I thought to myself like, oh my god, that's me. That could be my son. It was totally fucked me up.
Yeah.
I think that. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Go on. No, go on.
No, yeah, you haven't gotten a chance to talk, so.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Where was I? Oh, so yeah, so then me and my family like hashed out like all our feelings at the Shabbos table, and it was just like this crazy feeling of not exactly relief, because I'm still not relieved even all this time later. In fact, I think this has like totally changed me in like some massive ways and even more subtle ways as an experience. In fact, actually that's something else I'm interested in is I want to know like how has this like personally like changed you with like how you interact with like the world now, and then like how has it changed you in like the more subtler ways, like as an example, I kind of I I'm much more considering purchasing a firearm now, as just like not as a means of like self-protection for my home. I live in New Jersey, so the gun laws are pretty wild, as in like very strict. So then like that's like one of the major things. Like before I was just kind of thinking about it and make no strong commitment, but now I'm like, okay, I need to file my paperwork.
There was oh, sorry.
For me, it was kind of funny because I said it like earlier in the stream when I joined. Like I didn't plan on doing anything social political like with Monokuro, or even at all. But like after the 7th, it took a while, right? But like after the 7th, my priorities kind of started to shift, and the way I decided that one of the things I need to do is communicate with people who actually speak about these subjects, like not just on Twitter, and like actually speak up as an Israeli. It was after I saw how much dismissal there was, so it definitely affected how I interact with people internationally. I think in Israel it's been hard for me because most of my friends are not really politically inclined, and they would rather not actually have a conversation about it. They would rather, go to escapism and all that stuff, which I do too. But for me, because I'm so opinionated, I guess, in comparison, it was really hard. So it pushed me, it pushed me here, basically.
The same thing. I've been listening to, like, this is the first, like I said, this is the first stream or like conversation of this nature where I'm actually hearing like from, well, Era's mainstream voice, Jewish voice, that we're all very well familiar with, and then you, sir, who I'm hearing for the first time. It's just like, it's like an amazing experience for me.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, that actually makes me really happy.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Yeah.
Trying to think of what else.
I think.
I'm sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry.
Because I did ask that question. I'm very interested to see like how you feel like you have changed like forever.
Oh my god, I could go on for fucking
radicalized
days
Eris.
and then change my mind like the next day. Like yeah, to me I am a different person, 100%. I've changed. I've become far more pessimistic, black-pilled, I guess. I used to be much more of like an idealistic tree hugger, hippie, and I think watching it was very hard. I got a lot of criticism for saying this by right-wing Israelis. And because I said this on my Twitter post, that it was very hard for me to see who they attacked, right? And it's not that I think that lefty Israeli lives are worth more or something, but it was just hard not to see myself. Like, I've worked so long to try to educate Israelis and Jews about the awful things that happened to Palestinians in 1948, and hoping that empathy will lead to positive policy changes and that will de-radicalize Palestinians and all that kind of stuff. And then watching that, like, the person they kidnapped was an old woman who would go across the border to Gaza and literally drive people to the hospital to get better health care, all the time, and didn't believe in borders and wanted and wanted all Gazans to get equal rights and stuff. And she got kidnapped, and who knows what's happened to her. Like, it was like it was hard not to feel like this is, and then to see the online social equivalent of that, the way someone like Ethan Klein, who is probably like the largest Jewish influencer that I can think of, and he just so happens to also be extremely critical of Israel, like and extremely empathetic with the Palestinian cause, like to the point that he cries like when he hears about it and
That first
talks
stream,
about it.
yeah,
And
that first leftovers was like, whew.
and to watch like someone with as big of a heart as he has, for that to be taken advantage of and him to be stabbed in the back I felt it was so hard to watch. And it almost felt like it felt like the online equivalent, the way he got treated of it. Obviously I'm not equating it in terms of like, but it's like it felt like this similar intense betrayal of no matter how much you do, no matter how much humanity you show, no matter how much you educate yourself on the wrongs your people have done, no matter how much you try to fix things, they will always want to kill you. And that's like this, and I am warning when I say this. I know it sounds so doomer, and this is why I state that I'm incredibly emotional, like in this state. But that is the feeling that I get, and I think it's my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor, and she's been passed for 10 years, but she was incredibly pessimistic and bitter. She's a very like bitter person. That's one of my biggest memories of her. And she would always say things like that. Like the goys will always want to kill you. Always be careful. Right? And I always thought it was bigoted. And like there's this, and it just like I literally just kept watching the way that even the most empathetic, the ones with the biggest hearts, got slaughtered and treated, it was so much like it doesn't matter. Like it was like this, like at the end of the day, the only people we can truly trust are ourselves. There was like this very intense inward, probably very toxic feeling that invoked, and just like it reminded me of like her words and stuff like that. And I had to work through that for the next few weeks, like this like intense pessimism about about the non-Jewish world, and feeling like and feeling like there was any kind of point in any of this, right? Or maybe she was just right, the way a lot of Holocaust survivors felt, right?
I know exactly what you're kind of saying there. It's I definitely had similar feelings. I'm like, I don't even know about trust anymore in certain regards. And then growing up as like a kid in the the post 9/11 world, like 9/11 happened when I was 9 years old, and I remember my grandparents picked me up. I went to a Jewish private school at the time, and I have no idea what the hell's going on. And then we come back to their house, and like it's on the television, and you're like, okay, who's responsible for that? And then you go into this whole thing, media feed you like radicalizes you into Islamophobia, and then like as you grow up, you're like, okay, well that was a bunch of bullshit. Now I have to work through like the Islamophobia I was fed, right? And then and once you work through that, you're like, okay, you know what? Everyone's kind of cool. We all just have our own shit going on. And then another massive tragedy happens, and you're like, oh fuck! I just spent all this time learning how to trust people again.
Yeah.
There's this one of the hostages is a young man named Hirsch, and I think his parents are originally they're American Israelis, and Hirsch is like the story that I heard, like there's the story that happened with him was he was at the concert, or the rave, or whatever people are calling it now, and he is like they hear the sirens, and they run to. This is going to be really triggering, by the way.
Yeah.
And they run to the shelter as they're normally supposed to do with the sirens, and they're all young, and in comes also an Arab security guard, an Arab Muslim security guard. He also runs to the shelter because he doesn't want to get hit by the rockets either. And as they're in the shelter hiding, Hamas shows up, and then they realize this is totally different. And so Hamas starts throwing in grenades.
Oh, I think I heard
to
the
the
story.
entire
Yeah.
shelter, and he and Hirsch, this young guy, I mean, who knows how he learned this? Maybe from like Call of Duty or something. I don't know if he's a gamer. He starts picking up the grenades and launching them out with his bare hand before they explode. Eventually, actually, one of the Arab, the Arab security guard goes out of the shelter, right? And he tells them, he lies to Hamas, the Hamas terrorists, saying there's no one in this room, there's no one in there that's Jewish. It's my family. We're just hiding from the rockets. It's just my family. We're Muslim. And he speaks to them in Arabic and everything. Hamas realizes that he's lying, and he's just trying to save Jews. So they start beating him. There is there is footage of this. You can watch this on the Hamas Massacre .net website. I actually just pieced together that was the story because I'd heard the story multiple sources, and then I saw the footage. I'm like, that's the same story. And so they beat this guy to death, this amazing Arab hero who was trying to save just random Jews, like Jewish Israelis that he didn't even know.
That's the thing too. There's a lot of like heroes that are kind of coming to light now.
Oh yeah, and then, but Hirsch is still constantly throwing out everyone's terrified to pick up the grenades, but he's picking up the grenades and he's throwing them out. And eventually one grenade explodes on his arm, and his arm just blows off, right? And suddenly he's bleeding to death. the Hamas eventually comes down because enough people have been injured by the grenades or killed by the grenades. And they take all the survivors, including Hirsch, who had somehow survived his arm being blown off, as hostages. And now they're hostages. And the only person that they didn't take that was alive, and the only reason why we know this story is because one girl pretended she played dead. And she used some blood to act like it was on her chest and lines. And so she came back and told this story of what Hirsch did. And I will link the Facebook group done by Hirsch's family in the YouTube chat. And you can go see for yourself, and you can just look at Hirsch's bedroom.
You might have to send the link to me because YouTube will delete links.
Yeah. Oh, it does? Okay. Yeah, I'll send you the link. And I just encourage everyone here, because again, everyone's like, oh, like, don't see them like a number. It's like, and it's easier said than done. Just look at this. This is just one of the hostages, right? Look at his bedroom. It is covered in lefty shit. And he has this big poster. It's like, it's on there. If you just like scroll down, it's covered in, it's literally covered in this big poster that says Jerusalem is for everyone, and then it's in Arabic, and it's this big post about hoping for like a united state with Palestinians living side by side with Israelis and stuff. Like, he was advocating for everything they want, like the supposed people like Hassan or anything like want, and it still wasn't enough, right? Like, he did everything that one can do, and he's still being held hostage, right? With his arm blown off. Like, I encourage, just look at his bedroom. It's like, just looking at it, it was this deep, dark irony really hurt me, right? Like, look at how his good deed was repaid of his big heart. And like, and that's really killed me, I guess, emotionally, more than anything else. Like, watching the way that it just doesn't matter. And I think it's an important lesson for a lot of us Jews to know, especially Jews who've wanted to go against the narrative we were brought up. A lot of us were brought up with a lot of Zionist propaganda, and we had like this instinct to want to go against it because, of course, a lot of it is not true. And there are good reasons to counter the way you were raised in plenty of ways. But like, it's also a reminder to be careful how far you go, because there is like this instinct to want to, that if you go far enough, that you will be more safe, that you will be more accepted. And the truth is, there is no amount that you can do besides completely offering up yourself to be genocided, raped, attacked. That will be enough for these types of people. And I think that entire lesson has very much depressed me. And I don't know, like, if other Jews have felt this way, but this is like being consuming me, like that kind of bitterness, I guess. So,
Monokoro, how you feeling?
It definitely worsened my depression that I already had beforehand. Yeah. It didn't make things easier. Just like, I didn't think I would feel this way, the way I was told Jews used to feel, maybe before the Holocaust, after the Holocaust, whatever. Like, I didn't think I would personally feel that. And I don't know, it's disheartening to see. Mostly for me, it's seeing the discourse online. Like, I had a point where I saw, like, it was a Twitter thread. I don't remember. I think Vivian Wolf commented on it. I don't want to call her out entirely, but like, something there, like, kind of just made me, nope. I'm stopping. Like, I'm not scrolling Twitter until further notice. And I took like, I mean, it only lasted a few days, but it was the first time that I actually felt like I kept feeling.
I'm not Jewish, so I can't really speak on, what it's like to be Jewish or Israeli in this time. I will say that, like, again, that morning I woke up and I saw that video of that girl, I think I felt like something really inside me change as well. And I felt, you know, like people, I can't believe how many people are even just denying the existence of this happening. I feel like I've seen
that was it. That was the Twitter thread that kind of triggered me to stop.
It's so right. There's so much footage out there, and I feel like it. You know, part of me forces myself to continue to see some of the stuff that comes out, because I feel like if there's all these people denying what happened, you know, like there needs.
What are you talking about? It's all AI. Where's the 40 babies? Come on.
Yeah, I feel like if there's all these people denying what happened.
Daniel Pikachu.
When the new, like, I'm in a lot of like Ukrainian Telegram groups because I keep up with that news a lot, and a lot of it is like run by like ordinary Ukrainians, and they have no filter. They don't censor anything, and you know, they, especially like the Ukrainian soldiers, and they like to post pictures of dead Russian soldiers, and so there's no censorship or anything like that. And then the way the news broke to me is that suddenly everyone was like, "Hey, you see what's happening in Israel?" And then they just posted the raw footage, uncensored, of what Hamas was live streaming and posting, and just I think actually it's bad that I got into this, that I found out about what's happening for this way, because it immediately skewed my perspective on everything. My first reaction was to reach out to all of my Jewish friends, to Eris, Co, and others, and especially I have a friend.
Which meant a lot, by the way. It did.
Yeah, thank you. I have a Jewish friend. He's Ukrainian. He's from Zaporizhia, and she actually fled the war in Ukraine. And it's really, really horrifying that this is now the second tragedy to hit her family within like 2 years. And the thing, and then there's my friend Alex. He's like one of my best and closest friends. He's the first Jew I've ever known in my life. He's a Spanish Jew, and he's very left wing, very, very left wing. He's like Marxist, Spanish Republican. And he comes from a family of refugees. Like his mom is a Chilean Jew, also Marxist, who fled the Pinochet regime. He comes from this like sort of refugee, very leftist, Spanish. He's very tied to his Sephardic identity, etc. And to see how heartbroken he was, because I think a lot of people probably don't follow news out of Spain so much. There was so much anti-Semitism in Spain, just openly on display, and that in a country where there are barely any Jews, you know. And for me, honestly, it hardened my resolve. I am very, very aggravated. I am extremely angry. I am furious, and the attitude I have as a European, as someone who's not Jewish, but more importantly as a German national, is that I'm very much in support of like zero tolerance policies now for people who, like, there are going to be deportations. Like, I'm telling you this as someone who has a friend who's a German federal police officer, and he recently told me, you know, all these people who are doing TikToks and Instagram posts and Twitter posts, like Arab immigrants to Germany who celebrate the Hamas massacres, a few months from now, they will be making teary-eyed TikToks begging not to be deported, because it's going to come.
I hope you're right. I do. And just like, I'm so doomer right now, and the way I've seen it normalized, like it
is happening. I talked to you about this. There's this Arab so-called journalist who you retweeted, when he was playing nice, when he was going, "Oh, I hate anti-Semitism, etc." And I think you didn't know that when October 7th happened, he was celebrating October 7th. He was one of the main sources of fake news. He was the first guy to push the beheaded babies is fake, the raped women is fake. He was one of the main guys pushing that. And the reason why he's playing nice right now is he's a Qatari or a Saudi, I think, and he lives in Switzerland. And the reason it is playing nice is Switzerland has very unique immigration laws where Swiss citizens can question the rights of foreigners to be in the country. Like a Swiss, everyday Swiss citizens can demand that someone be deported if that person acts contrary to communal peace, I think is the phrasing of the law. This guy's in a lot of deep shit right now. He's in a lot of deep shit. And he's also extremely stupid. He's extremely stupid. If you do something like that and you reset, like, Switzerland is like the refugees' biggest dream. Like, there's no more valuable citizenship than Swiss, and he just threw this away with his behavior. Like, I can tell you that. And my resolve is very hardened on this. I really think that we should
consequences like that being doled out in Canada.
Or I am determined that it should happen here in Europe. I am
think it
fucking
should.
determined of this.
In
And
North
it's
America,
amazing
it
also
should.
that,
In
like,
fact, I've actually initially I saw condemnation, but then now with the attitude and the images coming out of Gaza, and people are like completely understandably horrified by the humanitarian crisis there. It feels like the pendulum swapped. People have forgotten what happened, and there is this woman who is an MP in the area of Hamilton in Ontario, and she got let go from the New Democrat Party in Canada for multiple reasons, but one of the reasons was her so-called support for Palestine, right? So people were, and this is like the extreme lefty party, well, extreme in the mainstream sense, party, and so people were. Like there was this huge response to it, being like, how could she be censored and or whatever it was, removed from the party because of the fact that she just supported Palestine. This is such an impediment on freedom of expression and like all this kind of stuff. If you looked into what she did, right? If you looked into what she did is the day after the attacks, right, on October 8th, she went to a pro-massacre rally. And I don't mean pro-Palestinian. I mean it explicitly said it supported, the brave acts of resistance of Palestinian fighters on October 7th. She went to that rally, right? And then she later called for a ceasefire when Israel started responding. And never mentioned and didn't mention the attacks or anything, and refused to apologize for going to that rally. And then there was this huge outcry when she's let go from a mostly very anti-Israel party, right? Who is, thankfully at the time, was horrified by what she did. But there was such a big outcry, such a massive outcry, and they from the pro-Palestinian movement here. Because for saying that this was such an impediment on her freedom of expression and all this, are you just going to silence anyone who supports Palestine, right? That's always the term that they use. Then she's now being reinstated. So it got reversed.
I wanted to point out to anyone watching it, and maybe you can spread this word too in like your communities. If you see someone from Europe posting anti-Semitic stuff, don't report them for violating TOS. You should take their tweets and report it to the police departments. You should take their posts, their videos, their streams. If this is a European person, remember, don't forget, we have some of the strictest hate speech laws in the world. You should report them to the police departments of that country from which they're posting. Not to the site, to the police departments. You absolutely are. And the thing is, it's like, this is a bit of a German perspective here, okay? One thing that has been very annoying here for years, I might go a bit on a rant here, is our anti-Nazi laws are extremely strict. They're very strict, right? And for years, there was this thing that if an Arab immigrant screamed things like gas the Jews, for some weird reason, the laws were not enforced. They were not arrested. There seemed to be like this invisible boundary that nobody ever dared to cross. That's over now. That ended on October 7th, when people fucking went to our Holocaust memorial screaming that shit. Something just broke, and these people started getting arrested. And one thing that has been really aggravating to me, and I cannot emphasize how is that you see all these people now going on Twitter and saying, "Oh, the Germans are being Nazis again," and now what they did to the Jews, they're doing to us, and that is such a gross and grotesque and disgusting thing to say.
Well, it's what an abuser does, right? They deflect.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's also like there's a history of this happening here. Like, I'll give you two examples. When Scientology tried to establish itself in Germany, right? They falsely claimed to be victims of the Holocaust. That's the reason why they're under state surveillance in Germany. Because that was such a fucking gross thing to do. Such a disgusting thing to do. And it's the reason why they're so widely unpopular here. When the Latter-day Saints, I think in America you call them Mormons, when they sent their first missionaries to Germany, what they did was they went to the Holocaust archives and they took the names of people who were murdered in the Holocaust and baptized them. And then they claimed that they were also victims of the Holocaust. Like, it's a tactic that outsiders who come to Germany frequently do if they want to undermine or gain sympathy for victimhood within German society. They claim victimhood of something that is not theirs. And it is so reprehensible seeing people do this now again. Like, I think these people, they have no idea that this is going to turn German society dramatically against them, because everyone who did this before has paid dearly for doing that. Sorry for that tangent.
What's been wild to me has been the fact that on October 7th, Hamas didn't just kill a bunch of people, right? They methodically went house to house, and this was a part of their official orders. Their official orders were to rape. It was in their documentation. In fact, they literally had female soldiers that were planned from their intel gatherings, a plan on who was going to get to rape which soldier, right? It was that level of detail. And when it came to the villages, right, the biggest thing is they wanted to go and kick out all the Jews from their homes, right, in the kibbutzim. And they did, right? They didn't just want to, right? They went house to house, okay, slaughtering the inhabitants, right? Like door to door, slaughtering them, kicking them out, and burning the house down. This, and for the sake of them being Jewish, right? This is explicitly in their charter, right? We have recordings of them saying how proud they are for doing this to Jews specifically, right? And these are acts of genocide explicitly. Like, it's so obvious. And it's at bare minimum ethnic cleansing, right? Because that's literally was their goal, right? To kick out Jews from the area, from their homes, right? That's why they were burning all the homes down and stuff. And this was purposely, right? Like, this wasn't people caught in the fire as they were trying to kill the IDF. This was a part of their objective goals that they have admitted to. So, and that could happen. And then somehow the narrative that is being tweeted everywhere is that Israel is committing genocide, right? When it responds, and that Israel is committing ethnic cleansing, right? When it doesn't genocide them and instead tries to evacuate citizens from a combat zone, right?
And they can't
what
win.
Is Israel? I just ask, that's why it's what are they supposed to do in that situation, right?
The proportionality arguments are fucking wild. Like, I don't. What do you want? Like,
it's just wild to me that can happen, and then they flip the narrative. And the thing is, I see Israel really dedicated to this idea of calling them terrorists. Everyone's obsessed with calling these people terrorists. It's I don't even know why they're trying to die on this hill. It's they are genociders. They are trying to genocide Jews explicitly, and the fact that the other side has gathered that narrative and has gone with it to the point that mainstream people are supporting this is wild. And it's to me, it's such a typical abuser tactic to reverse. And that's not to say that what's happening to Palestinians is not a dire humanitarian crisis, right? But it's not that a humanitarian crisis does not mean genocide. It doesn't mean ethnic cleansing. That's not how that works. So that's been very frustrating to see when, like, literally you can have it filmed, okay, explicitly explained by the perpetrators, right, and explicitly a part of their official policy, right, and they go door to door purposely, okay, they could have just passed by, right, and gone to other Israeli, they purposely did this, okay? And this isn't even like rockets, and that we're called the genociders. It's so despicable.
I think
It's just
it's
despicable.
yeah, and you know, I think it really, like, we need to, like, really emphasize as well, like, the narrative has been placed, it has been, like, told in such a way that no matter what action Israel takes, you know, with the exception of, like, just not doing anything, Israel loses, right? If you evacuate people, it's ethnic cleansing. If you don't evacuate people, even if you do evacuate people and you strategically bomb certain areas, you're genociding people. And you know, not to say that the IDF you know, hasn't done anything wrong, or that the IDF is taking orders from a, you know, far right government, but we can't expect a country to have just been through what Israel has just been through and not respond. You know, what kind of message does that
My PC is
communicate?
crashing again. I'll be
Well,
right back.
if they don't respond
Yeah.
intensely, it means it is open season on
Yeah.
Israelis, and it is open season on Jews around the world, because one of the reasons why anti-Semitism started being much more minor was because now they had a nation behind them that was willing to literally come in and rescue them, right? And actually act on these things to defend Jews around the world,
Yeah.
right? So if Israel didn't respond harshly to this, right? It basically, it means it's open season.
And we already
So
know
of course they have
Hezbollah.
to respond.
We already know Hezbollah is at the border in Lebanon, right, fighting with IDF. So it's not like there's no reason for Israel to assume that this is going to be a multi-front assault. And you know, you want to discourage that. You have to respond.
The slightest show of weakness immediately gets like capitalized on, and it's
Yeah, the thing is, the
fucking
world
bullshit.
would be very comfortable with us not doing anything until we get like another assault, or just get assaulted by many countries at the same time, like we were in Israel already
That's the
experienced
thing.
it.
People say, like, are you okay with Palestinian casualties? It's feeling, no, not at all. Like, I'm horrified by it. And
Yeah.
I've watched live streams every day of, yesterday I watched someone live by an Israeli, like, I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was probably an Israeli missile. It was one of those ones that have the swords on all the, I don't know the official term for the modern technology, on the side, and it literally just immediately cut someone's leg off. And I just saw it live when I was watching a live stream, accidentally, on Reuters, and it's disgusting and terrific. But my anger is very focused on Hamas for creating this situation, and for a lot of the Arab countries for using the Palestinians as tools to enact their agenda, and not resettling the population like we have with the majority of refugee populations, instead further perpetuating their oppression, to use as this tool against, what they consider an illegitimate state. My anger is very focused on that, but this is why I will encourage anyone who watches this, when someone criticizes what Israel is doing, right? And I'm sure there's tons that is probably going to be deserving of criticism once, you know, the details of the invasion stuff come out in the future. But when someone criticizes, ask them, what do you think Israel should do? Right? What would you do if you were the leadership? And
Thing is, people already ask that, and
the thing is, the majority of them, right, will say, oh, you need to stop oppressing Palestinians. It's like, okay. So they stop oppressing Palestinians. Do you think in one day Palestinians are just suddenly gonna stop supporting terrorist activity, and Hamas is just or just specifically that a foreign funded organization is just going to lay down its weapons because the Palestinians are now happy? Do you think that's how that's going to work, right? When they're being funded by a foreign organization that doesn't even give a shit about Palestinians, and they'll be like, okay, well, it's because Israel needs to literally reform itself as an official official state that's equal for everyone and not a Jewish state, and go back to Palestine. So if you keep delving into these people, the only solution that Israel literally has to annihilate itself, right? That is their only conclusion, right?
Yeah.
And we all know that the result of Israel annihilating itself, right? Like right now, like if Israel just suddenly completely stops being a Jewish state right now, and I don't even like the idea of a Jewish state. I just see it as like a temporary necessity for the situation. But like if they just suddenly collapsed it right now, annihilated their borders, there would be October 7th throughout for every Jew in the entire region, right? And anyone who works with Jews and anyone who's seen as a collaborator, right? So the only solution, their solution is just the genocide of Jews. And they're either being stupid, right, which is honestly probably the majority, or they're being anti-Semitic. And that is the only other thing. So like if they're saying like, oh, like I disagree with how Israel's engaging in this conflict and I don't trust Netanyahu, it's like that's different. I think that those are more at least some legitimate claims, even though I don't know what area of expertise they're coming from to make those claims. But at least that's somewhat better. But to just immediately say like ceasefire, and that Israel should just accept it, it's like no country would accept this. To be invaded and have the invaders on your border regularly shooting rockets at you all the time, coming in to do raids, what nation would accept that?
It's what you touched on. It's so weird how these people talk about self-annihilation as if it was the most normal and expectable thing for anyone to do. Just annihilate yourself. Who would ever agree to that? Who would ever agree to that?
I can tell you, if you don't like the idea of a Jewish state, right? If it bothers you for a bunch of reasons, because you want everyone to live in peace and harmony like they do in America or something like that, right? Okay, if that's what you want, right? Then the only solution, just practically, I'm not even talking ideologically, the only practical solution that's going to lead you to that area, right, where people don't get genocided, is two states side by side for enough peacetime where they actually start liking each other like England and France did, right? And then eventually maybe morph into a similar state slowly over time. I don't know, the way states in the United States convene into one country, right? That's how you'll get your one state. It will not be in one day. It will not be through asking Israel to annihilate itself. Israel will use nukes before that happens. I guarantee you, right? Because they know Israel will use nukes before they let Jews get genocided. So that's just not going to happen. So I don't know like what people are smoking when they think that I mean, Palestinians don't even want to live side by side with Jews. It's like it's just like a weird lefty dream.
When people say that Israel doesn't have a right to exist, right? The weird thing about this is it's such a stupid phrase because no state has a right to exist. If you think about it, what does that even mean to say a state has a right to exist, right?
Yeah.
Like states are political constructs, and all political constructs only exist to the degree that people are willing to believe in them. Israel exists because there are people who believe, specifically Israelis, who believe that Israel is a real thing. The people, if you don't want Israel to exist, the people who you have to convince that Israel shouldn't exist is the Israelis. And it's very revealing in that regard because it shows these people don't want to convince the Israelis.
And you'll do that with stopping violence against Jews.
Yeah.
That's how
well,
you
the thing is, they don't want.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If no state has the right to exist, then how are you going to make the argument for a Palestinian state to exist either, right? Like
it's hilarious watching anarchists with Palestinian flags in their bottoms. I'll be honest.
Yeah, like you wouldn't. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead with what you were saying, Kraut.
Palestine exists because there are Palestinians who believe that Palestine exists. You see what I mean? Like what I mean with this example is like, okay, 50 years ago, there were people who believed that they were Yugoslavia. Then people stopped believing that Yugoslavia existed. Where's Yugoslavia now? It's in that sense. States are only as real as long as its subjects, its citizens are willing to believe in the existence of their social contract. If you don't want a state to exist, if you want a state to cease existing or stop existing, you have to undermine the belief in that social construct. And that's not happening right now. Everything
All
that is
October 7th
happening...
did is the opposite. I mean, it made me start
Exactly.
believing more in Israel, and every Jew I know who was anti-Zionist beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see so many people just like starting to watch Ben
Well, that's the thing.
Shapiro
They
and stuff
do-
like that. It's insane. Like
It's-
the exact opposite.
They
Yeah.
don't want to convince you. Like what I showed is that the Palestine crowd, they don't want to convince you that Israel shouldn't exist. They just want to kill you. They just want to kill you. That's the most revealing thing over the last month.
Well, this is why I always felt before this, right? I don't know how I feel now, that a huge part of the solution, I felt like, I guess, like, you know, I mean, I don't know if this is like some hero complex, but I felt like I was doing a little bit of my part by educating Jews and Israelis on what happened with the Nakba, what happened in 1948 to Palestinians, because I felt like I was not taught the real history, and a lot of Israelis and Jews are very defensive when it comes to that, because it's often used as a way to delegitimize Israel itself, or it comes along with a lot of anti-Semitism. And I thought, if it's coming from someone who understands and is also Israeli and all of that kind of stuff, and also acknowledges like a lot of the, you know, the other the more Zionist perspectives on other aspects of history, like in the 67 war or something like that. And so like I felt like if Israelis started to see where Palestinians were coming from, because they see that Palestinians, they might be Arabs, but look how they were treated by other Arab nations,
There's a thing
right?
here.
Like
There's a thing here.
Yeah, sure.
There's a thing here that we should comment on, which is one of the best things that we do in the West in regards to how we analyze and look at our histories is we're self-reflective. We reflect on the bad deeds of
And
our
Israel's
histories,
very
right?
self-reflective. It
Yeah,
carries on that Western tradition, sure.
It's interesting. I had a conversation with an Algerian years ago about this, and he told me, like, he lives in France now, he told me throughout the rest of the world, but specifically like in Arab countries, that does not exist. There is no self-reflection. They always talk about the old glorious days of the Islamic empires. And he brought up the example to me of a Tunisian historian who researched the Islamic slave trade and researched racism in the Arab world and in North Africa. And he was so demonized and threatened that he had to leave Tunisia and move to France. Because just this entire this concept, you know, of reflecting upon your history, on analyzing your history as not necessarily an entirely positive thing, and just acknowledging that there are evil things, bad things, horrific things in the history, that historical narratives are not just glorious stories, but there are also things that we have to learn from in terms of instruction of what not to do. Again, that's a very Western thing. It's a
I always
Western
thought,
more to that. I'm sorry if you don't mind. Also, more to that point, like I'm tired of like this myth that like everyone under the Ottoman Empire, even other empires before that, like the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians, we all lived like happy kumbaya times. Like, no, I would have to pay the fucking Jew tax just to be around. Like,
they lived in peace as long as they were happy to be subjugated and oppressed.
yeah,
That's
I'm
what
glad
peace
real glad
was.
to be here, Timmy.
In
Yeah.
2017, the German Republic officially recognized the Armenian genocide as a genocide. I think it was in 2017, could have been 2018 as well. Not entirely sure, but one thing I remember from that incident is there was a march of like hundreds of thousands of Turks who marched in Berlin in protest. Basically a genocide denial rally. Like, no, the Armenian genocide didn't happen. And it's like, you know, yeah, it just harkens to the point that I made earlier. You don't self-reflect. We self-reflect. And maybe you need to learn to self-reflect.
But the Arab nations, they're not even, I think like the people themselves are very, it's like Islam itself is a very like, I don't know if this is the right term, like scholastic, sorry,
Scholastic?
like, yeah, scholastic, has a lot of scholastic traditions, and it's their governments, right, like that purposely do not release documentation. They don't even like allow academics to do it within their systems, because none of their governments are democracies.
Only a
And
free
that's why, like,
society
when
can do that. Only a free society
And
can do
this is why, like, when people say they think you're pinkwashing when you talk about, and I, like, on one hand, I understand the perspective, right, of, like, using the term democracy to just justify anything they want, but, like, it's not just, like, some empty words. It demonstrates in very real effects of the fact that Jordan has still not released any of its documentation demonstrating the fact that they betrayed the Palestinian cause in 1948, right? Egypt has not released any of its documentation against for its responses to Palestinian rebellions. So, like, the Arab world does not know how they got treated properly by how Palestinians have been treated, and Arabs don't know how properly what happened
I
because they
just
haven't been open and honest with their archives. I think for me, one of the biggest moments, I guess, with my idealism, that Israel truly legitimizes itself is in 1978 when it releases the archives from 1948. They will finally release the archives, and it's Israeli historians that start uncovering the myths in Israel's foundation and Zionist narratives. And I thought that like it wasn't Arabs that did it. It was Israelis themselves that started to self-reflect
I wanted
on
to
what they did.
add here that is not an Islamic thing, by the way. It's not an
Okay.
Islamic thing. Like there is like
It's
historians of
cultural
this.
instead.
No, it's not even cultural. It's just countries, societies that are not democratic, that are not open, have a difficulty doing this. Like it is an extremely hard thing to get the Russians to finally open the Kremlin archives. And to just be open about things. Like it took so much time for them to open, for example, what happened in
It's because their
Katyn.
governments are not legitimate. They're not legitimate
Exactly.
governments, and they are always on the brink of revolution, right? So it's very important in some ways. I understand why they don't release that documentation because their governments are so flimsy. They're so, I mean, like, look at the Arab Springs that happened just a few years ago, right? It's like you could release some like if a bunch of Israelis found out that there were Palestinian villages that were massacred and kicked out on purpose by Israeli soldiers, that doesn't mean that Israelis are going to rebel against their government and destroy the government, right? It just means they're going to ask the government to be better, right? Or they're going to ask for, change policies, things like that, right? But in the Arab world, that's different, right? Because their governments are not actually representatives of the people. Like, these are theocracies and authoritarian, etc., right? So it's like they're dealing with a completely different situation.
I also wanted to point out, like, I had a conversation with my dad a few days ago because I always like seek him out for some wisdom on things when I try to make sense of things. And I talked to him about like how on social media people were celebrating the Hamas massacres and so forth. And he told me that like when he was 14 years old, there were people at colleges and at schools celebrating when Russian tanks rolled over the Prague Spring. In the 80s, people at colleges were celebrating when tanks rolled over Polish protesters. In the 70s, people celebrated fucking Pol Pot. It's this may be something that just has always to a degree been around, and unfortunately the Jews are now the victim, and it allows for an opening of anti-Semitism to creep in and be repopularized, ironically, in the left. But it's not necessarily an entirely new phenomenon. Who knows what the next future conflict will be and what atrocities will be celebrated next. Like the research that I did for some of the stuff that I've done it's astounding to me how many leftists defended Milosevic and the genocide that the Serbs committed in Bosnia. So it's something that is just reoccurring.
There is always there's no short and like there's no short in reasons that we have justified for hurting each other and being cruel to one another. It's one of the reasons why we have the laws of war. Why like and human societies have had laws of war, the equivalent of Geneva Conventions, for thousands of years, right? Like chivalry, the original laws of war, at least in the Christian West. And Islam has laws of war, right? And it's because we recognize as human society that war is somewhat of an inevitability. We will always have reasons to be cruel to one another. But those reasons are, at some point, it's like just, how do we just keep participating how do we not like recognize that there are some things that are just never justified? It is never justified to target civilians, right? It is never justified to rape and to engage in that type of thing. I saw people denying rapes. I also saw people glorifying them. I
It's
saw people glorifying taking
Way
of
too
children because
many,
they
yeah.
that
said
was a big
because they call
felt
children the future soldiers, future IDF.
that is something that I wanted to ask you about because you're also a historian. Like when I studied Holocaust history at university, like the main narrative that was like dominating in Holocaust history when I was a student was that of Ian Casher. You know, the idea that
Yeah.
you probably know the famous sentence that the road to Auschwitz was, what was it? Built with hate but paved by indifference. That the enabler of genocide is indifference. That people just look away and allow it to happen that way. But just, you know, that being indifferent to horrific things happening is just as guilty as actively participating in it. And it was weird because I talked to people who studied together with me and so forth. Like, what we just saw on October 7th kind of disproves that. And it's horrifying in a way because now in the social media age, like October 7th was an attempted genocide of Jews. And people were not indifferent. People celebrated it. People fucking celebrated. They cheered it on. And that was such a dark moment. Like, I did not expect that. It really shatters what I was taught at university. Completely. I have not yet found a way to deal with
trolls
it.
on the internet, like people with major following, some of the largest YouTubers and Twitch streamers. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't think Hassan Piker like actually cheered it on. I think he just made excuses.
He did,
But
yeah.
like someone like Second Thought, who literally used the exact ideology that Hamas used. Hamas's excuse for targeting children and kidnapping children is that they're future soldiers, right? Is that they're
Comment.
settlers. Second Thought used the exact same argument.
I can't
And
comment. Man, no drama
sorry,
rule.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I know you're not allowed to comment, but I don't care calling these people out. It's just it's how, and these people are the ones who are propagandizing to the young generation.
Yeah.
That's really scary to me. Like, that's genuinely terrifying to me. And it's one of the reasons why and I'm curious for the other Jews on the panel, I guess this is a panel, but like, in here,
If you say so.
that there is, when I've talked to my parents are not that scared, right? My dad is the son of Holocaust survivors, and he's not that anxious about it, right? Both my parents say the world is with us, right? You know, and that's like the attitude, or it's like, oh, don't worry. Okay,
Yeah, no one will
it's
let this
fine.
happen again.
And there is this attitude. I had to convince and beg my parents because we had a plan. We actually had a plan to go to Israel a week after the attacks happened, and I had to beg them to cancel their flights. Right, that day, the day the attacks were happening, I was like, "Mom, this is fear." She's like, "It's some violence. It's just tit for tat, the normal things that they do." No, this is different. And there's been this strange generational divide because when my mom is at her is at her work, she has her Muslim boss come up to her, right, who is a man in his 60s, come up to her and say, "I'm so sorry for what happened on October 7th. It must be so hard for what you've gone through," right? And then there's vigils being held, and all this stuff. That's not happening on university campuses. That's not happening in young spaces. That is only happening in boomer spaces, right? Sorry to use that offensive term for older people, but there's a huge
It's different. It's
generational
completely
divide.
different here. I have to tell you, and this is something that has been fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
Here in Germany, the leftist organizations are extremely pro-Israel. In a
So
way,
crazy. Such a crazy world you live in.
well, in a way, it has been reaffirming to me because it shows that our Holocaust education here worked. It worked. We had the right result here. But on the other hand, it is also sort of aggravating to watch something else. What is really aggravating has been watching our Muslim community.
Yeah.
It has been so aggravating in Germany watching this because it's very clear. And the thing that infuriated me the most was, ironically, not the anti-Semitism itself, is how these people were anti-Semitic and then had the fucking audacity to claim that they were now the victims of Nazism. when the state decided to crack down on them.
Well,
The
that's typically
fucking
isn't that
audacity
what the
of that.
Nazis did, right? The Nazis,
Yeah.
their whole thing. Remember, they were free speech warriors. The original,
Yeah.
what they published, there's like a massive article about how their freedom of expression was being destroyed in Germany. It was 1932 or something like that. I forget the year. So, and they claim that they were the ultimate. That's the tactic. So, not surprised.
Guys, do I have to put a? I'm sorry, I have to yell at chat for a second here. Chat, do I have to put a fucking rolling disclaimer at the bottom of my screen that says we condemn all deaths of children and all civilians? Do we really need to do that? Do we really need to do that right now? I feel like we're all human beings here. Maybe you guys can act like fucking normal people. You stupid fucking idiots. All right. And let me just read a super chat here. Thank you for hosting this, and for everyone in here. Thank you, Ben, for the $5. Testicle Johnson.
Give Stardust money.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving me money. Testicle Johnson says, I would like to thank the Muslim woman for bringing all of these Jewish voices together. I am an atheist, secular Muslim, but okay, thank you. Chat, I don't know what to say to you. You guys have been fucking brain rotted. I don't know by what. I don't know by what, but I'm amazed. I'm amazed at you guys. Don't be.
I think I know what it is.
Leave.
I think I know what it is.
Leave my chat.
I think I know what it is, to be honest with you, because Eris has a dedicated hate following of like the most obnoxious, disgusting people you can imagine, who link everything where she goes. And it has been a failure on our part on social media. No, don't you apologize. It's been our failure, people like me, Stardust, and co, to not confront these people. Like, I cling on desperately to my sort of no drama rule, but I am feeling increasingly...
Who is linking?
I have a suspicion who it may be. I have a suspiption that someone linked this
to me, and I will
Discord.
call them out. I will call them out.
No. You know what I mean. Like, you know what I mean? Who Eris's hate followers is, right?
They're multiple.
Like, we saw them over the last... Yeah, I know, yeah. And I'm pretty sure that they're linking that stream right now and watching it. And I've never been more tempted myself, like, despite my no drama rule, to just... Yeah, I have a platform of almost 700,000.
You don't have to get involved in the drama, Kraut. You don't have to get involved in the drama.
You should see what they do to Ethan. It's way worse.
I will say...
Well, they're monsters to him, goddamn.
They won't go after right-wing... Jews like Ben Shapiro. They don't go after them, right? Like, they'll go after the ones that are closer to them. Like, that's like that are more in their sphere. That's what's so gross, right? They're not going after the guy that said, like, Arabs want to destroy and we want to build. You know?
Okay. I just want to say, two people, all right? And nobody here is siding with what I'm saying here. This is just me, okay? If you want to blame somebody, blame me, all right? But if you are from the President Sunday community, you're probably a pretentious fuck, and you probably need to get your, I don't know, get your oxygen level checked because you've been huffing too many of your own fucking farts, all right? And if you're from the empanada side, good luck in federal prison. Is what I'll say. Good luck in federal prison.
I'll just reiterate what I said before.
Nice last day before you go to federal prison. That's all I'll say. So, yeah.
I'll just reiterate what I said before. If you see someone from Europe posting someone anti-Semitic, don't complain about them. Don't whine about them. Don't report them for violating TOS. Report them to their national police services. We have hate speech laws. You should absolutely fucking report them. And if you see someone doing that in Switzerland and they happen to be a foreign resident, go ask your Swiss friend to report them to immigration authorities. Because the Swiss can actually do that. Like, there's no reason to put up with this shit. There's absolutely no reason to put up with this shit anymore. Maybe I'm just being a bit extreme now because of recent events, but I am done with my patience. I am absolutely done.
I also tell these people that they have way worse enemies to deal with than me and Ethan Klein. Okay?
Yeah.
Like the Jews who voted for policies to try to end the occupation, to encourage, to help with work visas and tons of things to help Palestinians and educate our fellow Israelis and Jews on what happened to Palestinians in 1948. You have worse enemies than that. You even have worse enemies than Ben Shapiro. You know who I saw today at the rally for those for the kidnapped hostages? I saw members of the JDL. I literally saw them. They were wearing like their badges, right? Like, I don't know, like the Jewish Defense League. That's wild. I literally thought they were out of commission. I don't think they've been officially active since like the early 2000s. You can like look at this is like an officially, like, the FBI recognized them back in the day as a terrorist organization. The Southern Poverty Law Center recognized them as a hate group, and I saw massive dudes, right? There is this weird alliance that's happened with, I saw Black Hebrew Israelites today, of all people, okay? And there's this alliance they've done with the JDL, okay? They were all wearing the badges. They're all these massive guys, okay? And they had ear things. I don't know what you call it. It looked like they were protecting the president. It was the wildest thing. I had to do a double take, and I literally took a video of it because I was like,
They had
am I hallucinating?
earpieces.
They had earpieces like they were protecting the president, right? And they were there probably to watch for any Palestinian protesters, and they probably were planning to do something awful if they showed up. And like, there are way worse enemies that have been created from October 7th.
I'm extremely proud
God.
of the French. I'm extremely proud of the French today. Hundreds of thousands of French people marched against anti-Semitism in Paris today. I'm really proud of them.
There are even people on social media that you can find that are openly calling for like the genocide of like Palestinian people. Maybe go focus your energy on that. Maybe instead of like people who are not pro-genocide. Just a suggestion, you know.
We are going to have a right-wing political resurgence because of this. And that's something that I do worry about, I have to be honest with you.
They just confirm that everything, a lot of things right-wingers had said were true.
Yeah.
Right?
One thing I can definitely tell you, that there have been articles written about this in German media, that this is sort of the end of the what is called the Red-Green Alliance, where left-wing political movements in Europe kept carrying the water for Islamists. That's over. That is over. That is done. Like the leader of the Green
Kraut, whenever
Party
you
in
talk
Germany.
about this, it makes me so jealous. Like, it feels like you're like a rich person, like just like wagging.
Wait, the leader of the Green Party in Germany.
It's not like that in Canada. God damn it.
The leader of the German Greens, the vice chancellor, held a speech openly telling people, like, if you're a foreigner in Germany and you're anti-Semitic, you might lose your right to be here. If you're a Muslim and you're anti-Semitic, you don't get to complain about Islamophobia anymore. We as a state have gone after Islamophobia. If you now take advantage of that, you know, and then don't stand up against anti-Semitism, you might actually forfeit your right to be part of this society. And the fact that he said that is such a breaking of a taboo, a political taboo. Yeah. And where I live in Austria now, like social democratic leaders wrote articles about, enough is enough. We can't deal with this anymore. The French president openly talking about the fact that in the future, citizens who support Hamas may have French citizenship revoked. Like, not just, oh, you know, you're a foreigner, you might be deported. No, it's also, if you're French, the descendant of immigrants, and you support Hamas, we might take away your French passport just so we can send you back to Algeria or Tunisia or Morocco. It's quite... And I talked to a friend of mine who is more active in social democratic politics in Germany. He told me the reason why this is now happening is because immigration to Europe is changing. We're seeing more and more immigration from Asia. Like, over the last 10 years, 10 million Filipinos migrated to Europe. And barely anyone noticed because there's no social friction caused by Filipino immigration. Chinese people are increasingly coming to Europe. Vietnamese immigration to Germany in particular is growing massively. And the thing is that if you're pro-immigration in Europe, you're now noticing that there are alternatives that don't cause as much social friction, because I've never seen a Filipino vandalize a Holocaust memorial. You know?
Yeah. If I can just say, you know, I can't speak on like Muslims within the US, right? Like or North America really. But I feel like, after 9/11, if you were Muslim, you knew the terror, right? You watched the towers go down. You were terrified too. The people that died from 9/11 were not, Muslims were not excluded from that. And so like for me growing up, I was like 10 when all that happened. The last thing I wanted was to be associated with a terrorist group. I feel like if you are a Muslim or if you're somebody from a Muslim background, you should be fighting so hard against anti-Semitism right now. You can still be sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. You can still be sympathetic towards the Palestinian people. You can still be critical of the Israeli government. But
As we all are, by the way.
We all are. And but you still should, like, if you are of the Muslim background, you should be very vocal against anti-Semitism, because it was Jewish people. A lot of Jewish people were speaking out against Islamophobia for a long time. If you are of a Muslim background, there is a problem of extremism within Islam right now, specifically in the Middle East, and that hurts all Muslims in the Middle East.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't Muslims the primary victims of terrorism around the world, anyways?
I think they are, yeah.
Yes, 90% of all terror attacks are
Okay,
against Muslim.
Yeah.
All Islamist. Yeah.
You like the spread of extremism within the Islamic world has been one of the worst things that's happened to Muslims, not only for the Muslims in that part of the country or that part of the world because of the human rights abuses, but also for Muslims in other parts of the world because it just makes your life harder.
I'll just add in here, myths of national innocence, myths of in-group innocence, that your group is somehow inherently innocent, cannot do wrong, never did anything wrong, never will do anything wrong, is always innocent and always the victim of outsiders. That's a core tenet of fascism. That's a fascistic idea inherently.
Yeah.
Self-reflection is necessary for the resolution of any conflict, but also self-reflection is what keeps you from becoming a monster. And I don't see a lot of that self-reflection going on.
There needs
Can
to be
ask you, Stardust?
Yeah.
I'm just curious, right? Because there has been this huge push within the Muslim community in Ontario. Right now there's this huge, like, I guess, infighting, where there's this, like, a big push for mosques all over Ontario to boycott anyone who doesn't support a ceasefire right now. And to boycott, and also to support all the BDS movements and all that kind of stuff, right? And so there is just a lot of pressure. And then on top of that, I think within Muslim communities, there's just a lot of, fake news and stuff that's being spread, like on Twitter. And I mean, just in general, just denying a lot of the atrocities, things like that. I am just wondering, right? Like, what is the, like, why do you think that you've come to a different conclusion? And it seems like you were telling me, like, your mom also has, like, then is it, like, are you different from your local Muslim community? Is this, like, a difference with the Canadian, like, the Ontario Muslim community? Or is this a new push that's happening to Western Muslim communities? Like, I'm just curious what your insight is. Because I'm curious because you obviously, you are the only Muslim person that I know that has been so passionate. That has been so passionate about this, and I'm just curious about it, right? Because I can't even tell you how much it's meant to me as a Jewish person, right? The way you've cared about what's happened to us.
Yeah, So
can I pick your brain? Afterward.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, like, look, I'll just say that, like, I think the Muslims that we get in America just seem to be like way more chill. Not to say that there isn't some anti-Semitism within the Muslim community. Like,
Yeah, and
you
the
know, there
Canadian ones are
is,
more
yeah.
chill than Britain. Yeah, as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
So yeah, there's like a tierness.
Generally for Muslims, like, you know, you are taught like the plight of like the Palestinians, and you know, you do feel sympathetic towards them. But I think part of it might have to do with like just the spread of like this Islamic, a couple of Islamic sects of sorry, not Islamic, the spread of this extremist sect within Islam. There are multiple ones that have kind of been spreading, and also you know, I think also America is just really good at integrating people, but I think Kraut and other people have said also America and Canada probably pick probably have access to like the creme de la creme of immigrants as well. But I guess it depends. Like, you know, really highly educated people are also going to be you know, much more like critical of these things, I guess. Kraut, what was it that you wanted to say? You can probably
I think
explain this
it's
better than me.
because you
So
are Indian.
it might be that too.
I
Yeah.
think so, because we've had so many, like, the most decent, caring, democratic, open-minded Muslims I've met in my life are all Indian. And there are people who I genuinely sympathize and care for a lot.
Do you think it's because? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they live under oppression.
Yeah, because it's because yeah they've been oppressed by
Yes,
the Hindu majority.
that's why. And
Yeah.
I think that's why you...
Whereas Muslims in
feel-
the other region of the world are the dominant imperialist group. I
Yeah.
hate using those terms, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It might
that's
be
what I
that.
think.
It might be that. I think it's probably a mix of like Indian Muslims, you know, generally are pretty, you know,
It's also
relaxed.
that how
you
you
know?
practice Islam is
Yeah.
very different. It's the Persian Sunni Islam.
Yeah.
It is dead in Iran, unfortunately, today. There's a more
Yeah.
tolerant influence by like Mongol converts to Islam,
Mm-hmm.
open-minded. You have a Hindu wife, and it's permitted that the wife remains a Hindu while you remain a Muslim. That kind of Islam, which unfortunately is dying.
The thing is
Because
that
of-
I'm seeing this type of thing amongst the Muslim community here, and amongst Muslims that are not very religious, right?
Yeah.
Like amongst like secular Muslims, they're all getting this intense propaganda, and I sympathize with it because I feel like I got a lot of extreme right-wing Zionist propaganda growing up. Thankfully not from my parents. My parents were more reasonable, but by my school and just the Jewish community I was raised in. And I know how much that can warp your sense of reality, right?
Yeah.
Just from my own experience. So, and I'm sure the exact same thing is happening to a lot of Muslims here. So it's like, yeah, I was just curious because you've come to such different conclusions than the way I've seen a lot of other people like, come to. And on average, like when I meet someone who's Jewish and is an extreme anti-Zionist, right? On the rare occasion I meet someone who's Jewish and extreme anti-Zionist, right? Like 99.9999 times out of 10, they were not raised with the Jewish community. They were, they have very little connection. They've not experienced almost any anti-Semitism in their life. Like they have very specific things that have led them to that area. And so like, yeah, so it's like, I was just like wondering how, I'm just curious, just as a person, like we're all, like Muslims are more likely to be pro-Palestinian, Jews are more likely to be pro-Israel, right? And I'm just curious, like when, like, what makes us kind of break out of the narratives that we were kind of somewhat destined to have by just nature of birth.
One thing I'll say is that when I was younger, I went to Saturday school for a very, very short period of time. But when I did go to Saturday school, the very first thing I remember being taught is that like Jews and Christians are people of the book. They're brothers and sisters. And just that specific idea, right? And I think that is important. Like at the end of the day, we're all humans. I don't like this like push for people to like dehumanize people who they just like can't relate to, or even like just like refusing to relate to people on the opposite side. I think that's important. Also, like my mom's been like a feminist, and she also there's like a huge Jewish community near us as well. And I still went to, you know, like the Muslim gatherings on the weekends and stuff. But you know, I don't think like on average, I don't even think like anything really came up ever about like you know, the Israel Palestine stuff at these like gatherings, you know, and even immediately after, I know that like my mom went to one of these gatherings recently, and immediately after like October 7th, I think nobody at the gathering said anything about it really, because I think people just didn't know what to say. But yeah, my mom's been a you know, huge feminist my entire life. She's had plenty of like Jewish friends. And you know, just seeing the atrocities that Hamas did to women and children was, you know, there's nothing you can justify there. You know, there's like absolutely nothing with how horrible they have treated people. So
actually, I really I do agree with that sentiment. Like, it's when you bring up your Sunday school memories of brotherhood and brothers and sisters with the people of the book.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who here is familiar with Rudy Rothman. Anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really like his whole spiel about that he sees them as Palestinians, or I guess Muslims at large, as cousins. So as soon as I heard that, I started to adopt that kind of mindset.
Because we're both like sons of Abraham, right?
Yeah, so I'm like, maybe if we're gonna go down that route, can we at least acknowledge that like connection between us, and like maybe just start from there, as like that's like the smallest bridge we can start off, and maybe build off of there.
Yeah, and I know people in the chat are saying like, oh, like are trying to like discount my opinion because I'm like a secular or atheist Muslim, right? But like you guys also like will get behind like anti-Zionist, like Jewish like activists who are like, you know, pretty secular themselves, you know, not all of them, but like a good portion, you know. So like, please do not discount my opinion on this, you know. So
okay, I have Mia Khalifa, okay, is not a practicing Muslim, and she said some of the most vile shit.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
and she's somebody who's been threatened by the Taliban, which makes no sense to me.
And she said
There's something
some of the
here.
most vile shit. So
there's something here that I wanted to point out as well, which is very overlooked. Like my friend who works in the federal police pointed this out to me. The imams of many German cities who came forth to condemn anti-Semitism and condemn Hamas are currently under protective custody and police protection because members of the Islamist community want to murder them. And that is something that is happening all across Europe. Like, people who scream the anti-Semitic stuff just happen to dominate the discourse, because extremists are very good at taking over discourse in general, right? Because they scream the loudest, they're experts.
They're the more violent.
There are Muslim communities where if I was in those communities, right, I would not want to say I condemn Hamas, right? Because there are consequences to speaking like that. So it's like, you know, and it really depends. That's why I don't ask people if they condemn Hamas in general, because like unless they're just, I know that they're completely in a safe situation, they're just being an asshole. Because you never know, like the amount of pressure that some people are under. It's like, I don't know, it's just ridiculous to expect them to just put their safety at risk.
There's going to be look how
Hamas treats its own detractors, right? Anyone who just disagrees with them,
or anybody who tries to
flagellate themselves.
People who try to evacuate, they have threatened to shoot. They have shot. People who.
How accurate are those videos that I've seen? Like, that's why I was curious. Like, I don't know what's true, what I see online, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You got to go to each. You
But
got to
we
go to
do
each end of the
know.
pole. The most extreme right, the most extreme left, and then the truth is going to be somewhere in the middle.
Oh, I used to do that, and I feel like it just made me fucking crazy. Okay,
I
because I
know.
realized I'm just being lied to 24. I'm just being lied to times 400.
We're
So,
gaslit the whole time.
yeah, so it's like it just makes me feel even more scared. I've kind of just concluded that I just don't know, and I won't know for a while.
Careful
Like,
with concluding.
Yeah, I mean, at least the very least we can confirm, is that is that 100% there were Muslims who were killed by Hamas on October 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are Muslims who are part of the IDF who have been very vocal against Hamas.
I have mad respect for the Druze.
Yeah, the Druze are interesting.
Well, it's easier if you're a Drew.
Yeah.
I mean, not to devalue it, but it's like I feel like if you're a Muslim and you're in the IDF, that's like and it's publicly known. That's really scary. Like I don't know if I would be like, that feels really brave. Right? At least like the Druze community as a whole in Israel is very supportive of the government. So
yeah, the
it's like
Druze
it's not
also
as
are automatically conscripted, if I remember correctly. Unlike the rest of the Arab population, they are conscripted. So
that's why I think I was saying this in chat. Like when people talk about like apartheid, there's a lot of inequality in Israel, right? One of my favorite organizations is a New Israel Fund, and their big thing is, sorry if you can hear, I'm in the city, so there's like lots of noise. But and their big thing is trying to fix a lot of the inequality that's in Israel, financial inequality or racial inequality, like religious inequality. There's a bunch of really strange rules that go back to the original deals the labor Zionists had to make with religious Jewish groups in order to get them on board with Zionism, because originally they were all against it. And those deals still reverberate today, and it actually means that the Jewish rabbinate has a lot of control over Jews. Specifically in Israel, right? And specifically like major Jewish moments of life, like birth, funerals, marriage, things like that. And so like there are things, just as a concept, the fact that I'm a Jewish woman in Israel, there are a lot of situations, not every situation, I'm going to be caught, but there's a bunch of situations where I have literally less rights than a Muslim woman in that situation. I'm pretty sure Muslim women have the ability to divorce without the permission of their husband, right? In Israel. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not too sure, honestly.
Yeah, I think so, but there's also a lot of violence.
Yeah, I'm sure there's violence. Yeah, but I'm sure I think they officially legally have permission. Legally in Israel, right? The term is get, which is a divorce in Judaism, and the rabbinate controls it, all marriages between between Jews that are done in Israel with a Jew are controlled by the rabbinate. And so as a consequence of that, it means that your marriage is always a religious one by nature. Even if you're not religious yourself, unless you get married in like Cyprus or something. And so it means that in order to get a divorce, you have to go through the religious tradition, like according to Jewish law, according to Jewish law, a wife cannot get a divorce without her husband giving her a get, like giving her the permission to divorce, right? And this obviously has a lot of consequences, because a lot of times like there's the obvious one where like the husband doesn't want his wife to leave him, so he forces her to stay with him. But then there's a lot of other nasty things that it leads to, where like the husband he already starts with an upper hand in like the divorce proceedings, right? Because now he can demand more custody rights, or like or just like a better division for himself that's more unfair, because he knows he already has the upper hand, because he can always just refuse to give her the divorce. And some people just don't get divorces for so long, and they have to just go through the Israeli courts forever. And I'm like, and that fucking sucks. There's a lot of like weird things that like, it really sucks. Like so many Jews go get married outside of Israel because their marriage will be recognized within Israel. but it won't be religious if it's done outside of the country. So there's like a bunch of like inequality like that. So like when people point out some of the stuff with Arabs, it's like this, a lot of this inequality is across the board in different ways. And of course, this is very separate from what Palestinians themselves, Palestinians as in non-Israeli citizens, experience. But there's like a lot of stuff, there's a lot of faults within Israel. Israel's a very flawed democracy, you know? And so, but that's why like when people pick apart like some of the flaws within it, to demonstrate like, I don't know, an argument that it's like apartheid, at least for the Arab Israeli citizens, it's like, it feels like so disingenuous, you know? Like I'm not allowed to go to the Temple Mount. I remember growing up and thinking, I don't know how the other Jews think, I always thought that was so wrong. That I wasn't allowed to go to the Temple Mount
that you'd be barred
to
from
pray.
going?
Pardon?
That you're barred from the Temple Mount?
Oh, I can't understand what you're
Yeah, we
saying.
can't understand what you're
I'm
saying.
Am I coming in now?
A little bit
Any
better?
Any better?
Nope.
A
It's
little
the
bit?
same.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
drop out and join.
Okay.
But I bet you I could go make this massive argument that there's like, you know, oppressive misogyny against Jewish women in Israel, and like, so like a lot of things get blown up. Do you remember like the Ethiopian, the thing where like Israel was supposedly treating their black Jews badly because they were forcibly sterilizing. They're sterilizing Ethiopian women. If you looked into the situation, I remember reading that and I was like, that's horrific. That's not what I was taught about what we did for the Ethiopian Jews, right? And then if you looked into the situation, right, as they were taking in more migrants, and this was in the article, the Haaretz article that everyone linked, but then no one read it, right? That they were giving them, as they were integrating them like as refugees and slowly trying to find places to settle them within Israel, which is obviously always a challenge, right? They offered them temporary birth control for like 2 or 3 months, right? Because of the fact that getting pregnant during that time is probably going to be incredibly challenging. And there were some instances, a few instances, where women, because of language issues, were not properly communicated what was going on, or they were confused, right? And it was like temporary birth control. It's like, but this was framed as, everyone's like, oh, they're sterilizing black people in Israel. I was like, oh my God, like Israel is flawed, but they're not fucking that crazy. And this is like where I feel like there are so many lies that get spread, where I don't even blame some people for thinking Israel is this psycho, Nazi, genocidal, evil, racist, colonialist enterprise, right? Because it's like, these are the lies that they've been sold online, and they're not being properly countered by anyone, right? And
How am I coming in
yeah.
now? Better?
Yeah,
About
better.
the same, but yeah. What were you trying to ask?
I'll do my best. Oh no, going back to aristocracy. So you were thinking about how you were barred from the Temple Mount. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, I was talking about that. I as a kid, I was much more religious as a kid, and I always thought that was so fucked up. I remember, first of all, I thought it was so fucked up we couldn't rebuild our temple. I was like, that's wrong. You know, I thought this is our country. Why can't we do that? Okay.
No,
And then
as a child, I was much more religious as well. But going back to that, like I have this whole issue with when it comes to the Orthodox and men and women having to pray separately as well. I'm just like, if I'm praying with my friggin' wife. I don't know what you're talking about.
oh, I liked that as a kid because I didn't want to be around dirty boys. I loved the
Oh, fair.
separation. You know, I was only older when boys started to be cute, and I was like, oh, maybe this is not a nice rule. So I liked a lot of religious rules as a kid. You know, they were very,
Oh,
very nice.
I can trace back to the exact moment and what the exact thing I ate where I decided to stop being kosher.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I went over
so
to a friend's house and my parents said, you know what, don't be rude. You offer, when someone offers you dinner, you eat what they serve you, and they had a mushroom bacon cheeseburger, and I'm like, there's no going back now.
Yeah, I kept kosher until I was like 21. I kept
All
it
right,
for a
well,
long
to
time.
me, I was like 14.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was a good Jew for a while.
Yeah, I can't say I know a whole lot about like the laws within Israel. But yeah, I will say that, there are going to be flaws in a lot of democracies, and especially for one as new as Israel. So,
I
you know,
I think a lot of that is just fucking bullshit, to be honest with you.
what do you
Like,
mean?
I'm sorry. Okay, Switzerland is a confederacy, meaning that the states have more rights that supersede the federal government. A result of that is that Switzerland is the last country that gave women the right to vote. The last place to give women the right to vote in Switzerland was the the state of Alpenzell, which gave women the right to vote in February 1994. That late. There are states in Switzerland where there's no separation of church and state. There are states in Switzerland where it was legal, I think, until 2012 to beat your wife.
2012. Holy shit.
Yes. There are places like Ireland. Divorce was
Doesn't
illegal
Ireland
in
also
Ireland.
have a right of return? That's
Ireland,
exclusively for Irish
yeah,
people.
yeah,
Is that a
but-
normal thing for like
No,
nation
I
states?
wanted to cover on the flawed
sorry.
democracy thing, right? Divorce was illegal in Ireland until like the 2000s. The Ireland led Europe in like domestic violence and murder of women in domestic violence. Ireland was the last country to legalize homosexuality. Not legalize gay marriage, legalize homosexuality. I think it was a crime to be gay in Ireland until the 90s. Like, flawed. What the fuck does that even mean, flawed democracy? Every democracy is flawed. The point of democracy is flaws. It's the only system of governance that allows for flaws to be examined.
Yeah, and
Like
fought against.
That's a good point.
Exactly, it's a
That's a
system of
good point.
politics. Yeah, it is a system of
You just
politics
blew my
that
mind
allows
with that.
hypocrisy.
My mind is
Hypocrisy. Like this is something that Václav Havel pointed out when he criticized the communist system in Czechoslovakia and compared it to the West. He said, like, okay, yeah, the communists always accused the West of hypocrisy, right? A lot of communist governments back in the 70s and 80s did that. They always pointed, you Westerners, you're hypocritical. You preach all these liberal values, but you don't live up to them. And Václav Havel pointed out, yeah, hypocrisy is a good thing. It's a good thing to have a system in which you can actually critique hypocrisy. It's a good thing where you have values that you actually have to live up to and standards, and you can have the fucking dialogue all around it. What do we have in communist Czechoslovakia? We have a government that does horrible things and then deny that these horrible things happen because it's supposedly the utopian perfect system where horrible things cannot happen. Like, I find the entire conversation about flawed democracy deeply fucking flawed. Deeply flawed. Just pointing
My
that
mind
out.
has been blown.
Yeah,
That's
same.
so true. But in Canada, French people are officially protected ethnic minority, right? So much so that they get that, and Catholics specifically get free education that's paid for by the government, at least and it was across the board. Now it's only in Ontario and I think a few other provinces. And I remember when I first moved here, right? And my parents had to pay for Jewish school, and then my Catholic friends got to go to their Catholic school for free, and I was like, that's so unfair. I thought we were in Canada, this democracy, and they still have that rule. Like, that only one religion, right, Catholicism, gets to be paid for.
Have you read about the
you know,
anti-Semitism
that's
tax?
crazy.
Have you read about the anti-Semitism tax?
No.
Like, I've read this article that, like, the security costs for synagogues in the US are so high now that they're
Yeah.
shutting down
Oh,
synagogues. And they call it
Oh, yeah.
anti-Semitism.
The fuck?
Okay, I was actually, because I drive by the Jewish section, the Jewish areas, a lot, or I walk by a lot of them, in my city, and every Jewish building, like the Jewish Community Center I just built, like I just joined, they have 24/7 security, and I was like, is this like where all the money is going to? It must be so expensive. I was like, who has to pay for it? Why do we have to pay to protect ourselves like this? Like, it's so unfair.
Yeah.
Like, obviously I prefer having them than not having them, right? But thankfully the police in the city have been really taking it seriously. It was actually the police that kind of in the city that whistleblow about how severe anti-Semitism was in Toronto and Montreal, and so they've been taking it super seriously. They literally set up mobile police headquarters in all the Jewish neighborhoods, which I was like, wow. And they were at the rally today, making sure everyone was safe, so the JDL didn't have to do anything. And that's been, I guess, somewhat nice, but still, like all the actual buildings, it's like it costs so much to protect these places, and I just don't see a left response like caring really about what Jews are going through right now.
Here
It's just
in
crazy.
Austria, if you go through the old Jewish town, like it's policy here that every synagogue has an armed guard. It's literally the job of the army to guard the synagogues and the Jewish centers. You'll find soldiers patrolling this. It's kind of a joke here that a way to commit suicide is to scream Allahu Akbar in front of a synagogue that will get you shot, which I don't think is true, but I do think the state has a duty to make sure that its minorities are safe. I think you can judge a society, an entire society, by how it treats its weakest members. I do genuinely believe that a society is only as strong as its weakest members. And if a society does nothing to protect its minorities, that is a doomed society.
The thing is, so you said something that really struck a chord with me a few weeks ago when you and I spoke, where you said that you felt like that the countries in Europe were very protective over their last remaining Jewish communities.
Yes,
right?
we
And
are.
that they were going to prioritize keeping those Jewish communities over their fear of criticizing, I guess, like Muslim extremist immigrants that are being anti-Semitic, right? And it struck a chord with me because I do not think Canadians feel the same. And I don't even know if Americans feel the same. I think the only reason why it's safer in America is just because of population. Jews are just a much bigger population in the United States.
I
But
think
I
it's
don't
the
think like the
Holocaust.
left
You know what?
in
Even
France
so,
feels the same way.
It's the Holocaust. It's the legacy of the Holocaust. You
Yeah, and that
have
just doesn't
no
exist
idea
here in Canada.
the fact that Hamas raped, murdered, and then paraded around the body of a German Jew. I think nobody here has an idea how much of a big of an impact that has in Germany, because in Germany, like, we do not have a lot of Jews here. For very obvious reasons, I think. Everyone here, like, in my life, I've only met one German Jew, and he emigrated to Denmark. And those Jews that we have in Germany, 80% of our Jewish community, by the way, are Soviet Jews who took advantage of German immigration law and came here in the 90s. But those German Jews that are truly German, right? There are very few of them because the overwhelming majority who survived the Holocaust went to Israel and never came back. And those that did decide to stay, we sort of hold them up as national treasures, because can you even imagine what it must have been like in 1946 to decide, I'm going to stay in Germany as a Jew? Can you even imagine what kind of a decision that is? That is an incredibly courageous decision.
I think it was patriotic,
I don't know if it was patriotic, or I don't know why, but we hold the Jews who decided to stay after 1945 in very, very high regard. Very high regard in Germany.
It's very hard.
Very high.
Hear.
Bro, I want to move to Germany. Someone mentioned.
Yeah, I wanted to say that like before.
Well, the fact that this was done to a German Jew, I think like so many people who are pro-Palestine, so many Muslim immigrants in Europe are whining on Twitter about, oh, why are the Germans so angry with us? It's because of that. You wasted any sympathy that the Germans may have had for the Palestinians by doing this, by raping, murdering, and parading around the corpse of a German Jew who went to a fucking peace festival.
Like, that actually reminds me.
By the way, her name is Shani Locke, to anyone who doesn't know.
Yeah, Shani.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. For me, I think someone said earlier on call that like they'd seen a lot of gruesome things, so they thought they were prepared to see the gruesome side, but they weren't.
Yeah,
for me it wasn't. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was. For me, it wasn't the gruesome stuff because I mean, I've watched war crimes being done so much and read about so many details just through my research and stuff that I've almost become a little numb to it. And it's like this dark thing that happens to people who research a lot, like where it's like you get exposed to something a lot that it stops feeling that intense. And and so I could look at that stuff and I'd be disgusted by it, but it wouldn't create a visceral reaction. What created a physical reaction, and I remember distinctly, was when I saw their bodies paraded, and or just not just their bodies, but when I saw like hostages and women being taken and people cheering and screaming and throwing and cheering their amazing warriors, like almost like Roman soldiers coming back from conquering Gaul. Like
Spitting on their corpses.
that it was that level of humiliation that got to me. Like that was
I
something.
disagree with you.
It wasn't
mean,
logical. I'm not saying it's logical, right? It was it created this intense emotional reaction that I had. And I'm like, I still don't know why that got to me so much.
The entire thing got to me.
I still am bitter
Everything
about
got
it.
to me. Like like you, I also did the most horrific accounts that I've read were, for example, the Holocaust in Transnistria and Odessa, or the accounts of the Nanking massacre. Like a lot of what I saw reminded me of Nanking. There's many things that but the thing is that I realized on the 7th and on the 8th that the thing that we do, that you and me do, we read about them. We never actually get to see them. And seeing this, it was so much different. I didn't, and I've seen some, when I made my videos about the Mexican and American border, I had these assholes spam my inbox with cartel execution videos, which were horrific. I've seen some ISIS videos. I don't know if you were on Twitter in 2014 when pretty much just full of ISIS accounts, but I've never seen anything. I've never seen a dying child scream.
Is it just me? Okay, and tell me if I'm being emotional here, right? But that in terms of the brutality and the sadism of what happened, that was worse than what ISIS did, right?
I'd say
Or am
so.
I just being emotional?
Personally.
I think part of what made it so bad for me is that it was like you saw evidence of this woman who was bleeding, and you had the responses to that were either, do we really know that she was raped, or
bring us the rape kits, it's
or
our amazing heroes wouldn't touch them,
or there was another one where it was like, oh, she was a soldier, she knew what she got into. What kind of statements are these? What is
the violence
wrong
itself.
with people?
It's the violence that messed me up. It's
the violence,
I have a friend who was in Haiti when the earthquake happened. He was sent there as part of an international aid team, and he had a child that he dug up from the rubble, and the child died in his hands, and he still has nightmares of that. It doesn't get out of his head anymore. It's more like that type of thing. It's like, it's okay. So this is probably a bad comparison to make, but when I was 7 years old, my grandfather bought me 2 baby pigs as pets, and 2 years later, when I was 9, he forced me to kill and slaughter them because he said, "That will make you a real man." And I've ever since had nightmares of screaming pigs. And I have difficulty eating pork.
It kind of connects to something I was about to say, like the closest thing I've seen to the videos and photos of the slaughter, and I didn't want to say it because, again, like what you said, it's kind of like a not. I've
had a nightmare of the screaming child. I've had a nightmare already in this month of that dying child. I can't get it out of my head.
The closest thing I've seen is like the way they skinned like animals for fur,
what's gotten to me.
The what's it called, like the vegetarian videos or that.
What got to me was the hatred and the inhumanity of the killing.
And the enjoyment in it.
The enjoyment of it, the bragging of it. I've always tried to not believe that there's evil in the world, right? That there's that people have ideologies that lead them down dark paths and stuff. But oh my God, as I watch that, I don't know, like maybe I need to up my Holocaust education. But man, some of the shit that happened
I think
seems
it
so
is
much more
dangerous
brutal
for
than
us.
anything I'd seen Nazis do. I
Am
mean,
I
you could say
am I
like
the
you
only
could say it's
parent on the panel?
dangerous, but
Am I the only one that has
it's
a
just
child?
emotional response. Pardon?
Yeah, you're the
Am I
only
the
parent.
I am the only parent. Okay, so when as I see these videos, if you can just like imagine, that's a whole nother layer of like fucking despair and torture that I have to because you see the children and you're like, again, I transpose myself, like that's me on the ground, that's my wife getting brutally, and then like that's my child on the floor. And the most vivid nightmare, honestly, of this entire experience I recall in like the last couple of days. Have you all seen the videos when it happened of the Christchurch killing massacre
Yes,
in New Zealand?
yes, that was
So
horrific.
so if you just in the dream, me and my wife and my family, we never go to shul. It'd be a very rare thing, but in the dream, it was that exact situation, but at our local shul.
Yeah. I mean,
I
it's
I
Yeah.
I
I think it's
I
also worth pointing out that there's of us who watch these videos, it's also important to not let it completely determine anything that we last year I met a Ukrainian woman who was raped by Russian soldiers, and she told me the story of what happened to her, what was done to her by those two Russian soldiers, and how the two Russian soldiers, she escaped Zaporizhia, where she was from, to the west, and is a refugee now living in Austria. And these two Russian soldiers actually found her on social media and mocked her and rallied up a crowd, raving, "Yeah, we raped you." And and she told me that this is basically happening all across Russian-occupied Ukraine. That basically any woman out there is basically getting raped over there. And I found myself like listening to these accounts and everything, and then reading into what is happening in Russian. I have to confess to this. I found my own humanity sort of slipping away. I cared less and less about Russian suffering. I stopped talking to Russian acquaintances, talking to Russian
Because it
friends.
dehumanizes them.
Yeah, I made fun of Russians getting killed in Ukraine, and even outside of Ukraine. The most dehumanizing thing a person can do is dehumanize someone else, because they turn into monsters, and it is really important under these circumstances that you
And
don't
that's
fall
what's
for that
happening
yourself.
to Israel and Israelis in a lot of pro-Palestinian communities. Like, I think that that's something this is why, like, using, like, the terms, like, settler or Zionist, right? When they really just mean Jew. It's like, there's something, I feel like they're not pro-Palestine marches or pro-Palestine rallies. It almost feels an insult to the Palestinian movement to call it that. They just feel like hate rallies. That's how I would describe them.
Yeah.
Because if you see them, and at least the ones that I've seen in my city and on campuses, is they are filled with hate. Like they hate
Yeah, malicious
Israel.
intent, not
Like
just like anger.
it's just this intense. They're filled with hate. It's not when you go there. It's you're not. They're not. There's very little sorrow. Like that's something that I remember really struck with me, right? Because like when I see images from Gaza, it's filled with sorrow. And when I
yeah.
see images from these protests, right, it's hate. It's hate. It's all about Israel. It's I hate Zionists, right? The Zionist project. It's like they're just so hate filled. And obviously, I'm not saying it's morally equivalent to what Hamas did, but I think what got to me about Hamas's attacks was just the type of hate that you have to have been propagandized and brainwashed into you to be able to bake a baby alive, right? Um, to put them in the like I can't even imagine the cruelty, right?
Yeah.
And the sadism. How much hate do you have to have for a group of people to be able to do that to a
Yeah.
baby? I like, it's that shit really scares me, and especially how we've legitimized this hate through this narrative
Yeah.
of oppressor versus oppressed, all the time. It's so scary to me because I know exactly one of the things that's scared is I know exactly how everyone was like, oh, like Jews are being dumb if they're afraid of being a Holocaust happening again. I can tell you the exact path of how it would happen, right? Like the first thing that they would do is they'll start boycotting anyone who has association with Israel. They'll start firing people who have any association with Israel. First, they'll do anyone who's born in Israel because it's supporting the Israeli government, the evil apartheid state. And then they'll do anyone who is a part of an institution that has connections to Israel, which is basically every Jewish organization except for like 2 in Canada. So effectively like distancing them. And then like they can start actually prosecuting them and gathering them or having vigilante attacks against them as a way to punish or save Palestinians from the genocide of the Israelis. By punishing anyone associated with it. And they'll just use the term Zionist instead of Jew, but effectively will remove almost every Jew from Canada. Like, that's like the type of line that they can do. And it's like that type of hate will, this intense hate for Israel as a state. And Israel's like, got a lot of problems, but like, their foundation is just as dirty, if not less dirty, than the foundation of most nations. And like this intense focus of hate on it, especially in a region like the Middle East, is just, it's so scary to me. It's not the criticism. The criticism I'm kind of fine with. It's just it's like the emotion and hate behind it.
I agree. I mean, so what really got to me is obviously like the image of that woman, the video of that woman, right? Obviously that scarred me, but like then to add to that, what was like the extra like knife in me was looking at the comments underneath saying that she is a soldier, what did she expect? Or do we really know that she was raped? She could have just been sitting in blood because she's a soldier. And just like
where is it okay to rape, even if she was a soldier, where is it okay to rape a prisoner of war?
It's never okay. It's never okay. And then other people saying, well, this is what IDF has been doing to Palestinians for decades. And I'm like, on this level, like on really, like on this level, this level of mass rape. Like I'm not denying that rapes occur, from military service members. Absolutely they do. But en masse like this,
and published with such pride.
Yeah, and then on top of that, when you find out that it wasn't just like physical terrorism, it was psychological terrorism too. They sent these videos, these images to family members.
People found out that their grandmother was killed because it was uploaded live on her Facebook through her phone.
Yeah, and the family discovered that one of their daughters like got raped because the Hamas terrorists sent to them.
That's like the added psychological terror associated with it. It's so horrific. And watching the world excuse it or downplay it, and just seeing how mainstream that was. Yeah. There's this subreddit called Doom.
By the way, the post Me Too world, right?
Yeah.
That's the most ironic.
There's this subreddit called Doom. It's from or I guess now FOMO, but it's from the there's like this big like celebrity gossip site person called Dumois, and it's like basically a place where probably majority women go to gossip about celebrities, right? It is like the most, it should be probably the most like lighthearted guilty pleasure thing where people talk about the Kardashians or things like that, right? On October 7th, this place that's about celebrity gossip and Taylor Swift, right, and the Kardashians gets dominated, absolutely dominated, by excusing our killing on that day. The entire subreddit of just some female community. It was a lot of female communities. That was something I was surprised. And like my makeup community got dominated by it. Just excusing. They're like, just remember, everyone's going to use what happened today as an excuse to kill Palestinians. And remember, today didn't happen in a vacuum. They said that the day that it was still, that our girls were still being raped. That day, they was like, just beware. And and then downplaying it. And this was happening in so many mainstream women, like female communities. I don't think this happened as much as in dude communities. Like, and it was crazy. the that and that's still, and so there's a bunch of subreddits that are like female focused or feminist focused that just became anti-Israeli subreddits,
I
like,
don't know.
or
I bet if you look into a
anti-Semitic
lot of like,
subreddits.
if you look into a lot of like the red pill subreddits, I bet you'd find crazy shit there too.
But this isn't a red pill subreddit. It's just gossip.
Oh no,
Like, it's makeup.
I know. I'm just saying when you're
Yeah.
saying like, I wonder if other male communities had something like, oh yeah, the red pill for sure. I'm trying to think of other male-dominated like spaces that were just like popping off with crazy like apologia or denial stuff.
People are saying like, oh, this. Sorry.
So I have an ancestor who's probably a war criminal. Not on my German side, ironically, but on the Austrian side of my family, I have a great grandfather.
I feel like that makes more sense.
Yeah, no. It's something that it is related to this. He took part in, I don't know what he did, but he took part in something during the First World War that is called the Rape of Romania, and there's a reason why it's called that. I'll just put it like that, and it relates to this. Like, I have never done a DNA ancestor test in my life, and a lot of Germans don't do that because there is a fear and a shame that if you do that, you find that you have relatives in Poland, in Belarus, in Ukraine, or in Russia who are related to you as
I did not know that.
the rape babies of your grandfather, basically. And that's
oh man, we could be cousins then.
Yeah, and a lot of Germans therefore don't do that. And there's this absolute shame around this chapter of what happened, what our grandparents did. I don't understand. Like, I also, like, you probably also read about Nanking, judging from your reactionaries, in Japan.
Yes.
The entire topic of, like, the comfort women, the kidnapped Korean women. Like, a lot of people don't know this. 1 million Korean and Chinese women were kidnapped and forced into prostitutions and kept as sex slaves by the Japanese Imperial Army. And there is so much shame in Japan around this topic. Like, they deny it, not necessarily just because they want to deny the war crimes, but because there's such a deep held shame on the fact that, yeah, my grandpa was probably a rapist, right? I do not understand how you can celebrate rape. I do not understand that. It's just so...
I really think the majority of them are denying it, not
celebrating it. I do want to... I want to say also, like, people, of course I'm having, like, the typical lefties come in and say, like, oh, this didn't happen in a vacuum. There is no excuse. There's none. There's no excuse for what happened October 7th. None whatsoever. None. You guys have got to stop. Like, I'm sorry?
Yeah, the Holocaust also didn't happen in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Like, nothing happened in a vacuum.
Nothing. Yeah, the Holocaust didn't happen in a vacuum either. The gassing of the Jews didn't happen in a vacuum either. There is no justification. None.
And the Twitch streamer who uploaded... Sorry to point this out, but this just fucking drives me insane. I'm going to keep pointing this out. But the Twitch streamer... who literally said the day of, what did you think decolonization would look like?
Yeah,
right?
This is what decolonization looks like.
Still has her platform. Still gets to say whatever she wants to say, and has not apologized. In fact, the Jewish person who criticized her was forced to apologize.
Well, it was, she specifically said that, I think she specifically said, that, basically leftists foam at the mouth at the thought of revolution, and then what happens in the Middle East, it's bad. Yeah, it is bad. Well, like, yes, this was bad.
Oh,
this was not a revolution.
What revolution? This hurt like everyone. This didn't revolutionize anything.
It doesn't. No, it radicalizes people.
Yeah.
It's not a revolution. It is not. I don't know how she's gotten away with saying that. She's
gotten away with it because Jews are a tiny population, right? And the majority of Jews are offended. Leftist Jews too are offended and disgusted by her comments, regard her as an anti-Semite for what she said, and excusing it. And we are just such a tiny population. And in this world of social media, numbers are everything. Twitch will only care if there's enough numbers of people to say it. That's just the truth. Like, Jews are a tiny population, right? And Muslims are a larger population, Christians are a larger population, everyone else is a larger population, except for maybe like
what irritates me so
But
much
one of
too
the, one of
about
the
her.
weird things.
What irritates me so much about her is that when she got blowback on that, she started like doing the whole, oh, this person probably thinks I'm you know, a Hamas sympathizer, that I'm like an Arab terrorist. Just go and say that you don't like Arabs. Do not bring, bro, you cannot be excusing and then claiming Islamophobia. You cannot. I am sorry.
These people are making it worse for everyone.
What is wrong with you? Oh my
She
god.
turns Islamophobia into a joke, which is a serious, like, awful thing that you went through and stuff.
In German social media, there's this really popular TikToker who called for violence against Jews, right? I think he's a Tunisian, I think, and I get this. He then faked his deportation to get donations from his followers.
This is just evil. I don't know.
Yeah. He just said, oh, I'm being deported by the police. Donate money to me.
But Rabignon brings up a really good point. I think they said a terrible thing that can happen if Israel does not sort the conflict in anti-colonial struggle will be identified with anti-Semitism for a very long time, right? I think that this is a moment of reckoning for all the various pro-Palestinian movements, because there's obviously different types, but the ones organizing the rallies and stuff, is that they need to fucking clean up their act right now, because if they do not clean up their act and clean up who is speaking at these rallies, right? Are like, I'm not judging the people. I don't care when I see one person at a rally and they've got a swastika. I don't give a shit about that person, or like one random sign. I care about who's speaking at these rallies. Who are they giving the microphone to, right? And when they give the microphone to someone glorifying the October 7th attacks and people are cheering, when they called the attack on the concert, when they called that killing a bunch of hipsters, right? That was a leader of a Palestinian rally.
Syrian
that
girl
happened
called
2
them
days after.
diseased hags. Which
Yeah,
is,
and these are leaders. These are leaders in their community. They need to clean them up. Otherwise, you will permanently stain the Palestinian cause, okay,
Yeah.
with the nasty, nasty, disgusting crime of anti-Semitism. And that's how it will be viewed, right?
And, you know,
it's
Syrian-
not how it deserves to be viewed. But this is how it will be viewed if they don't fucking clean up their act.
And by the way, thank you, Rav, for the super chat. A Syrian girl didn't just call them disgusting hags. Syrian girl said, I don't know how anybody believes that anybody would rape these disgusting hags or something like that.
Oh my god, yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
They're not even worthy of being raped. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's like
just a reminder that the Assad regime murdered more Palestinians than the Israeli government ever has.
You don't say, because I didn't see a march about it.
Same with Jordan, right? Like, there's a bunch of and then on top of that, like, it's just there's been a genocide right now, and again another genocide in Darfur. No one cares at all, right? And they'll say like, oh, that's whataboutism. It's like, no, you don't understand. Whataboutism is a perfectly valid argument when I'm accusing you of anti-Semitism, right? Of course, it's completely valid, right? Why are you like, look at the streets of London every Saturday, every Sunday, right? Covered in so much. Why is everyone so united in hating one small conflict? Doesn't take
No Jews, no news. I don't know what to tell you.
There's going to be such a massive backlash against this in Europe. Like these people, there's also like Stephen Corkin pointed out that, you know, his theory on authoritarianism is that authoritarianism is always inherently self-destructive. That all authoritarian movements sort of emphasize pushes into extremism that lead into self-destruction. And I do genuinely believe that a lot of what we're seeing right now is really just the beginning of that self-destruction. Especially sort of the crazy college campus kids, the more extremist elements in the Muslim immigrant community. I think this is the self-destruction of an authoritarian movement. There is going to be a massive backlash against this. Public opinion, I know, in Europe is already turning against this. People are disgusted by what they have seen. And I think a lot of these people don't know how much they manage to, how much they hurt themselves with this.
Honestly, I hope, like, I know this is gonna sound crazy for me, but honestly, I hope any like immigrant in America who expresses pro-Hamas sentiment or excuses Hamas, Hamas's actions, I hope they get deported. I hope you get deported. I hope you get sent to a Muslim country, and then you can really see what it's like, what it's like to not have free speech. I don't care if I sound like a crazy person. Do it. Get deported.
It's just like, didn't so many Muslims want to leave those countries specifically because they disagree with that type of environment? Like, I can only like imagine how that feels. Like,
Yeah.
it's like you leave to escape something and then it's like chasing after you. Like, it's like coming to where you came. You're like, hey, get away.
I don't know. Like, and somebody is saying like, oh, streets of London are filled with people wanting a ceasefire and peaceful resolution. What are you on? We have seen much more than that. We have seen people. I saw a video of a woman who was speaking at one of these rallies who said, do you condemn Hamas? And the entire crowd said no. That there are things that are happening
Imagine using
around
it as like
the
a
world.
meme.
It's become a meme in their community.
Imagine condemning Hamas.
Such cowardly behavior. Like, goddamn, it doesn't even. It's not even that hard to do.
By the way, you should also not trust. You should definitely not trust any far right imbeciles who are coming out and presenting themselves as the allies and protectors of Jews. Like, one thing that was very overlooked is how people who were openly anti-Semitic on the political far right suddenly became the best friends of Jews on the 7th of October. One thing that really disgusted
It's just
me.
typical. Enemy of the enemy is my friend for the moment.
Yeah. And they're also opportunistic and gross. One thing that really disgusted me on the 8th that was really underreported was Viktor Orban, the Goulash Putin Prime Minister of Hungary. He made a political advert using footage of the massacres before the massacres were even over. Don't trust these people. Also, don't trust the Hindu nationalists. The Hindu nationalists.
They love Israel right now.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of them at the rally.
They're fascistic scum.
Yeah. What I will say is I do find them very
funny. I don't know enough
funny.
about the situation.
Yeah, Hindu nationalists, it's interesting because India historically was very sympathetic with the Palestinians up until recently when like BJP took power, and also there was like a strengthening of like economic ties and like and just like trade between India and Israel. And so yeah, Hindu nationalists have a long history of like persecuting Muslims. They really hate Muslims. But I guess I will say is like, while I do not trust them, I still find it like endlessly funny to look at the memes that they make on Twitter and Facebook in support of Israel. I think it's like the funniest thing in the world.
The lion memes are pretty funny.
Yeah. So
Israel's the little cub, India's the giant lion.
Yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I see those. It's like, yeah, Israel is this baby lion cub, and it's like, I feel like, I don't know. I don't know enough about either country's military, but this does not seem accurate, you know? So, yeah.
I mean, if it's a numbers game, I don't know.
I think like overall this whole thing has been such a fucking mindfuck for me and how I felt emotionally. Because whenever I feel like I'm recovering and getting my normal self back, when I go back to research, that's like my happy place. I feel like any bigotry I've started to add to me out of a response to fear starts going away. Like, it's like knowledge truly feels like it heals me. And it sounds so corny, but it literally feels that way. Physically, I feel it, like it lifting off my chest and the anger lifting off. Because like the knowledge, it just feels like
more sense in like
retrospect. Things make more sense. As I learned more about Hamas, I was less angry. And but then it gets reignited when I see so much anti-Semitism on my own street. right? When I see like my like the Jewish stores getting boycotted and vandalized, and Jewish like businessmen getting vandalized and stuff, and everyone just excusing it, then it just like it all just recycles, and I feel like I'm constantly forced in this intense cycle that's just so toxic. And I'm just trying to remind myself um, that remind myself over and over again that because I'm definitely in a war mindset for sure, and I don't think I can get myself out of that. I don't think I should get myself out of that right now, and I think it's a necessary mindset for survival when my family's at risk and my people are at risk and everything like that. But uh, you know, and I try to just remember that like Hamas is the current enemy, and anyone um, who downplays their attacks or exaggerates it, those people are the enemy, and it's not the primary victims in Gaza, who are mostly children, right? And who never got a chance to vote, who have only been subject to constant brainwashing and propaganda, um, and under the thumb of imagine having to go to school next to rockets, like, and I'm trying to remind myself of that intensely, and I think a lot of us Jews just need to try to focus on that as much as we can, because it's very easy to get into an us versus them mindset.
Yeah.
There's a mindset that I've heard that's a very common in a lot of issues in Israel, where it's us or them, right? It's like either we get genocide or they get genocided, and it's like, or like rejecting that type of toxic mindset is really important to me. Um, but I will tell you the thing that's dominating my head right now is this feeling of like, no matter how much I acknowledge the Nakba, no matter how much I acknowledge all of the shitty ways that Palestinians got such a shitty end of the stick over and over again, with having shitty leadership, and just the way they've been treated by other Arab nations, and just the incredibly sad stories that happened in 1948 to people, incredibly sad stories. Um, no matter what, I'm reminding myself that it's like the mindset that I'm in is if it doesn't matter how much a tiger is starving or is endangered or anything like that, if they are trying to kill me, I'm gonna fight back, right?
I think it's time for Palestinians to self-reflect.
Yeah.
I mean, they have,
And
yeah. And to be fair, like just to reiterate, like a lot of people don't seem to know, July of this year, Palestinians were protesting the Hamas-led government. And it's not just July of this year. There have been protests over the past several years, really, against their government. So it is important to note that, they may blame, Israel for things, but they also do blame their own government. They're not happy with their own government. They're not happy with what's been done. So
I am curious. I'm hearing from a lot of Israel propaganda that Gazans have turned on Hamas, and Gazans are saying that Israel's treated them better, during this invasion,
I
and like
saw
all this
one
stuff.
video.
It's like, yeah, I'm seeing like tons of these videos. It's like, I don't know. Obviously, I'd like for my narrative, I'd love that to be true, right? I have doubts, so I am curious after this is all over. Um, uh, that I'm curious what the truth will come out. And I think anyone who assumes they know exactly what's going on, either way, is someone to be a little suspicious of. Like, it is so hard to know what's going on in a conflict this complex and this intense, especially in a battle like this that's done in tunnels and in heavy, um, uh, super dominated urban environments, to know exactly what's going on and who's committing this atrocity, right? Who's doing this, what's good. We will not know for a while the truth of what the outcome of this war.
yeah.
So
I do want to. I had a super chat from a while ago that I should read. Jake Breaker with the $10. Thank you. Is there a solution that wouldn't leave Palestine under heavy-handed rule, whether that rule be Israeli or Palestinian? What would other nations have to do to make such a thing possible? I'm not sure if anybody on the panel wants to say anything about that.
Sorry, I had to.
I don't know if a democratic state even makes sense for them. it didn't make sense for a lot of the Arab nations in the Middle East.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know if
also.
imposing a democratic state on them, if that's not what either they're ready for or not what they want or what works for them, is the right thing to do. I don't know.
I mean, it's
That's
not
a hard
just about
question.
them. I mean, the Middle East is pretty. I mean, it's just like it's not just about one nation or one people. It's just it all affects the entire stability of the Middle East.
I don't think it is the job of Israelis or anyone else to do nation building. Like, nation building is an incredibly difficult thing to do. Very, very
Crazy to
difficult.
expect a nation, Israel to solve and provide and facilitate and help a nation that has been trying to destroy them since day one. And you can think that they have every right to want to destroy them. You could think that that's the correct thing to do, right? There's certainly a lot of good arguments for that. But like, it just is a kind of crazy, wild thing, the high expectations we put on Israelis. And it's like, and the low expectations that we put on the people around them. I don't know if it's some bigotry of low expectations or something like that, but we are so obsessed. Lefties are so obsessed with international law. The times Israel breaks international law, uh, when like who are Israel's enemies? They're breaking international law a bajillion times way more, and they're not obsessed with that. And so Israel's constantly fighting with one hand behind its back, and that's never like acknowledged either, and that's still something to be considered as well.
I like
Which
the
is just
French
wild.
proposal. I like the French proposal, which is, or at least the proposal made by former French Defense Secretary, I think it was. Pull out of the West Bank and join NATO. That might be the solution. Let the Palestinians, like, if they
You really
fail,
think
they
Israel's
fail on
going
their
to get
own.
into NATO? I can't
I
imagine.
like the idea, at least. I think it is a security guarantee.
I mean, I like that too, because that means Israel's really here to stay, right?
Yes.
So,
Pull out
and
of
right
the
now
West
I'm really
Bank, join
worried
NATO.
about. I'm really worried about it.
Yeah. I think I've come to a natural ending point here, but I appreciate everybody being on the call. We should definitely do this again, I feel, because I feel like a more organized, just like call, maybe in a week or two, for people to just like vent about this, who feel kind of alone in this. I think it's been really good for a lot of people in the chat as well.
It means so much, honestly.
I need to learn not to interrupt you all the time, like an asshole. I'm not used to streaming. Sorry.
Honestly, after the whole thing, I feel so much better. Just like there's a weight off a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me happy.
Yeah, I'll definitely
it's nice to
come
just
for
talk
another.
through our feelings. Yeah,
it's
as
so
corny and
important.
lefty as that sounds, it's so soy.
Fuck it, it's so important.
It's not soy. Fuck that. It's
to
our
be
feelings,
honest,
and we should talk about it.
There's something I wanted to say, because I know of for sure there's at least one other Israeli person on your audience who is like probably not even on chat, is just watching or listening while playing video games or whatever. Like, it's so important if you're an Israeli person, even if you're not like a debater or a streamer. I mean, that's who I am. Like, it's so important if you have to speak up, let people hear your voice, even if it's just for a few minutes on the call. Like, do it. This is a great space to do it. Like, specifically Stardust's stream. At least, like, if she does anything else like this again. And like,
I would love to organize something if people are interested in all of that. So
I mean, it was really good for me, so I'd love to do it again.
Yeah, I think, I really think there are a lot of people out there. Like, I've been talking to friends who feel really disillusioned and like demoralized by this whole thing. And I think hearing a sympathetic voice or two, it really means a lot, that like the mental state of some of the people I've known has just been so bad since all of this happened. Because, everybody is engaging in like this dehumanization of the other side. And it's just like, it's not healthy. So.
May I just angrily rant at someone?
Sure.
Yeah, because I see that there's this Irish communist who's been bothering me and annoying me, and I think I saw him appear in chat. Yeah, I saw him appear in chat a while ago. So, Paddy, your branding, this weird branding you people did of your nationality as somehow inherently revolutionary and leftist, is the biggest sham in history. Your country didn't have a proper separation of church and state for decades. You led Europe in sexual abuse of children. You covered up the largest abuse of children in history. You led Europe in fucking abuse of women. You're a tax haven. The entire business model of your country is this libertarian bullshit of providing big American corporations the ability to pay taxes. You're the reason Google doesn't pay taxes in Europe. Your libertarian bullshit almost wrecked the entire European community. So how about you shut the fuck up, or I'll fuck you harder than your priest did in high school. Now fuck off.
Damn.
And you're ugly. And I
Did
just
that
don't
feel
like.
good? You
I
feel better
will
now?
also say this person says, "Oh, I was going to help a black man the other day, but I was afraid they would eat me like a lion." Motherfucker, you can shut the fuck up. When everybody is dehumanizing Israelis by saying that they're colonizers or they're IDF or they knew what they were getting into, what do you like? Yeah, are you seriously going to take problem with the analogy? There was no dehumanization in there, right? When your side is literally talking about, oh, what did they expect? Or, oh, this didn't happen by itself. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about you. You are scum. You are scum, and I hope that you I hope you break your leg or something. I don't know. I hope something bad happens to you. I hope every door that you open makes the most annoying noise known to humans. Okay? Saying it.
Yeah, and again, I'll repeat what I said.
Kidney
it's
stone.
really
Kidney
important.
stone. Yeah, sorry.
Kidney stone.
I hope you get a kidney stone.
You were just still thinking about it. Okay, like what I said, it's really important if you're Israeli or ex-Israeli who immigrated abroad, and or just like Jewish people who feel like, obviously afraid or whatever, just any reason. If you're affected by this conflict, I think it's really important to speak up your experience. You don't have to be like an historian. You don't have to be the debate bro. It's really important that people hear you, because there's a lot of misinformation about what the citizenries believe. Especially, I know about Israel because a lot of people think we just wanted to flatten Gaza, right? So that's another reason why it's important for people to speak up and show that most of us are much more nuanced than that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Thanks, man.
Hopefully. I needed to
Testy,
hear it today. So thank you,
Testicle
Kraut.
Johnson says, and this makes me feel so weird, but Testicle Johnson for $2 said, "Everyone thank the Muslim woman, please." Thank you for the identity politics, Testy. I really appreciate that. So
Yeah, and to
I
add
really
some more
appreciate his time.
identity politics, I'm just saying, okay? I don't know anything about the Hindus versus Muslims thing, okay? But if the Hindus came for you, okay, I would have your back, Stardust.
thank you. I
Right.
appreciate that. Not all Hindus
have
are
your
Hindu
back.
nationalists, okay? I will say that. Not all Hindus are Hindu
Yeah.
nationalists. And
That's good because I like a lot of their music and their movies.
yeah, I like a lot of it too.
And I like a lot of the
I really
history.
like the meme song, the Michael Jackson Thriller, the Indian Thriller.
Yeah.
It's really old. Sorry.
No, I mean, Hinduism is a very beautiful religion, a very interesting religion. And
That's
I have
actually what I would say. It's a beautiful religion. Like they're so aesthetic. They're so aesthetic. You know, like they've got like the best jewelry.
Yeah.
Like
And
on
also,
board, like no one has jewelry like a
and just as an Indian Muslim, like Hinduism is so ingrained in Indian society that like even Muslims like in India will celebrate Hindu holidays because
like me with Christmas.
It's like a national holiday at this point, and Hinduism does influence a lot of like
Does that mean you're celebrating Diwali?
I'm not celebrating Diwali, but I did just celebrate the one where you tie the bracelet around your brother's wrist or whatever, and he swears protection to you. So I did just do that.
It's so wholesome.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean,
Have
like,
you seen? Okay. Have you seen Indian matchmaking?
I have not seen
This
that.
is the shit. This is the shit I really care about. Like, okay,
Yeah.
you have to see it. It's really good. It's like top tier filmmaking. There's also there's Jewish matchmaking, which is also great. And it's on Netflix. You should watch it.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. But yeah, I mean, I will just say, like, you know, there, you know, for Muslim Indians, like, Hinduism does, and Indian culture in general does have an influence on the way that they live and practice and all of that. So, you know.
All right, I think I'm gonna get out of here. It's late where I'm at, but I really
It was
do
lovely
appreciate
meeting you.
everyone's time.
It's
Yeah,
nice to
thank
meet
you.
you. Thank you
I
for
enjoyed it so
joining.
much. It made me feel so much better. Thank you.
I'm
all.
glad.
The feeling's mutual.
Well, next
It's
I
so
feel
good to get
worse.
talk.
Okay. I'm kidding.
Wait, really?
I hope not.
No, it's a
Okay.
joke. I feel better. I had a really good day, to be honest. So this is just a
Awesome.
nice finish to a good day.
This is wholesome.
I
and the
do want to
world needs
say, you know,
wholesomeness.
to all the Achim and Achot out there, just to be safe. You know, look after each other. I don't want to say, I'm not trying to be like militant or paranoid about anything, but just be aware and just pay attention and look out for each other.
Yeah.
And like it happens on every Jewish holiday, okay? Someone will try to kill us, we'll survive. Okay?
Exactly.
That's, you know, Am Yisrael Chai,
Am Israel.
I think.
Why did I say it in an English accent? Am Israel Chai, baby.
What does that mean?
Israel
Children of
Chai.
Israel live.
The
the
Israeli
children of
people are
Israel
alive.
will live.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means we're alive. Like that's
Israel
literally what it
people will live. Is that what you said it means?
Yeah.
I mean, Am Israel is like the Israelites, so Israelites live basically.
Okay. All right.
You can keep on trying, but we'll come back.
And most people have like power to the people, right? Or like power to our nation. Like we don't even have that. We're just like, we're alive, guys. Okay, a few of us survived this time.
We're still here.
That's our cheer.
Also, chat, give me money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give
Sorry.
her money.
Like the stream.
Yeah. Like the stream, give me money. Anyway, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
give
so
Stardust
sorry. That's
money,
so
please.
that is so like yeah, I feel like that's so dirty of me, but
You gave us the time of day to express ourselves, so thank you.
Yeah, no, this is extremely important. Give her money.
Okay, well.
All right, good night, everyone.
Okay, guys.
Have a good
See ya.
night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye. What else, you guys? See ya, Kraut. Thank you for joining.
Wait, I can't leave right now because
I can disconnect you. No problem.
I can't find my mouse. Wait. Like, where's my?
No, don't worry. I got it.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay. I'll see you
got it?
later,
Okay.
Stardust.
See
Have
ya.
a good one.
You
Bye.
too. Bye. Pay Stardust, or it's basically 3 racisms at once. True. I mean, seriously, like, Frogan gets so much money to be such a piece of shit. I am so upset. I'm so upset with her. Oh my god, I'm so upset with her. She gets paid so much money to be a piece of shit all the time. Why? I'm so upset with her. Oh right, let me disconnect from this call. Islam still is beautiful, coming out through real spiritual people like Rumi and all the sincere people like any spiritual path at heart. Frogan sold out to fast food lefty takes. You actually have principles. I think Frogan is just like brain rotted, honestly. She really is. And then she goes to every concert ever with it. What do you mean? Don't worry, you probably have the same amount of viewers across all your different platforms right now, but I know she's making some, you know, dough. I know she is. But yeah, no, it was a good conversation. Was she raised Muslim, or is she a revert? Or convert, or whatever they call it. I think I'm not sure. I think she's a revert, but she is Middle Eastern. What untrustworthy carnivorous animals would Indians be? Tigers, probably. Oh, Stardust still needs to do a conversation, not debate with me and Ty, a couple of other folks I can think of too, about more geostrategic implications and military implications of the Israel/Palestine and Russia-Ukraine wars and their connections. Would love that, yeah. Would love to do that. She's Lebanese, I think. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know anything about that. I just know that she posts a lot of stupid shit. And I really do feel bad for Ethan, you know, H3H3. Again, I will say, you know, if you're Muslim and you are not speaking out against the rampant anti-Semitism that is happening across multiple different societies right now, I don't know what to say. I have no fucking idea what to say, you know? Like, get it together, say something, because those are the people who were pushing back on Islamophobia. Those are the people who were doing it. So get your shit together. I am disappointed. Whether you're, you know, practicing Muslim or just like a secular atheist Muslim or ex-Muslim, get it together. Stardust, if you want to get me talking to Kraut about one state versus two state solution, hit me up. I won't leave you hanging with that. I would love to set up like a little debate kind of. Between you and Kraut. If you're not speaking out is a weird call. How many times did you denounce 9/11, Stardust? I have denounced 9/11 very much. You know, a lot. So. Just arrived. What did I miss? We had a pretty nice conversation between Eris, Kraut, Monokuro. Oh, right. Let me link everybody and their channels. All right, here is everybody's links are in that Twitter post, okay? I would love to get like some more Jewish voices as well on it, and even Palestinian voices. You know, if you are like somebody who's pro-Palestine, or and is Palestinian, or somebody who's not even pro-Palestine and Palestinian, you know, I want to have that conversation. So I think it's important to have. I think there are a lot of people like dehumanizing other people in this situation. And please do not downplay the rampant anti-Semitism that is happening. Okay? Please. Okay? I remember this kid in my mostly white and somewhat racist middle school whose name was Muhammad. He did not have a good time at all. I knew somebody in my community who there was somebody in my community who had the name Osama, the first name Osama. And boy, did he have a terrible, terrible time after 9/11. That is what I will say. You know what I didn't realize about Osama bin Laden? The dude is fucking 7 feet tall, or he was 7 feet tall. Imagine a 7-foot tall dude, like, oh, he was 6'5". That's still fucking crazy. No wonder he became like a leader of this crazy thing, you know? Like, I don't know. Yeah, bro, how could America not find him? Look, I'm just saying the rumors were like he was 7 feet tall, I would be fucking terrified. Okay? I would not want to fuck with somebody who's 7 feet tall. He became a leader since he had a ton of financial resources. He was from a leading/rich family. I highly recommend everybody to read the 9/11 Commission Report. I think it was a really fascinating read because they go into the background of bin Laden and they go into like his childhood. Him and his friends thought his dad, their dads didn't do things right by having, you know, lots of kids and lots of wives. And they wanted to do things better, and then eventually they evolved into what they evolved into, you know. He even had like an a cappella singing group, an a cappella Muslim singing group with his friends. That is fucking that fucking blew my mind. That blew my mind. So, it's a very, very interesting read. Very, very interesting read. I can't imagine it. I just can't imagine a Muslim a cappella singing group and Osama bin Laden and his friends are doing it. You know, that's just wild. I think that's a really, really boiling down of this issue, Shining Force 2. I do think there has been a lot of anti-Semitism going around recently. If you're denying it, you're blind. You can be pro-Palestine and still not be anti-Semitic. But there has been a decent amount of anti-Semitism going around, and people need to acknowledge that. And I think it's important for, you know, Jewish people to find a space where they can talk. So. Sure, Shining Force. I'll agree with that. I am for peace. I am for peace, but it's a very complicated situation. You can also be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic. Yes, you can. I don't know why I brought it up. I don't know why I brought it up. I think the reason I brought it up is because we just had that huge talk, and then it just feels like people are making weird analogies after a talk where we weren't even like anti-Palestinian people, you know? It just feels like nobody on that panel was pro-genociding Palestinians. Everybody on that panel was pretty critical of Netanyahu or was pretty critical of the Israeli government, or has a history of being pro-Palestine. You know, I just feel like you don't need to argue with me. You don't need to argue with them, you know? So. Also, what was happening in the West Bank, which was nice to hear, yeah. It just feels like for a good portion of that panel, it was just people talking about their experiences and talking about how they felt afterwards, and just people in chat like trying to argue with them about things that they won't, you know, necessarily disagree with, you know? So. So. You know, like Eris has a history of being like pro-Palestine, so. Yeah, I just feel, you know, that's the issue about it, you know? It's just like a bunch of people, Israeli and Jewish people, get together to talk about it, and you know, you've got people in the chat just like constantly going at them saying like, "Oh, how can you justify this?" Nobody's justifying it. Nobody's justifying it. They're just saying it's complicated. Oh shit, YMS plays. Thank you for the raid. Bassett makes a great point here. The material conditions of Palestinians brought on in part by Israel made Hamas possible. That's not an excuse for an atrocity. If we can't have that conversation, we can't unpack and solve the problem. Thank you so much for the raid, YMS. I hope you're doing well. Bassett's not a rare W. He has decent W's, you know, he has pretty good W's. Anyways, I was gonna end stream, and then YMS raided me. Adam plays with name change. Oh, I knew who you were, Adam. I hope you're doing well. I was going to end stream. You know that picture of Bin Laden that everybody like shares around, but it has like Destiny's face in it? Somebody should do the same thing with me. No, don't do that with me, actually. Don't do that with me. Actually, please do not do that with me. I thought about it for a second, and then I was like, oh shit, he's white. I'm brown. Don't do it with me. Do not do it with me. Do not. I don't want it. I don't want it. I will get in trouble, okay? Government, I'm joking. I am joking. United States government, FBI handler, please. I am joking, okay? Nobody do that, all right? Instead of praying to God, I pray to the FBI handlers. You're already on a bunch of lists. I'm sure I am, honestly, with the people I've talked to. You know what's really interesting is like people will come at me for like, oh, you know, you were just talking to Richard Spencer a year ago. Yeah, I was, because I wanted to know what he was thinking. I wanted to know what he was thinking. I wanted to know why he thought it. Yes. You can have criticisms of me for doing that, but I can't help it. I'm fascinated by that side. I'm fascinated by people in that sphere. I want to know why they think the way that they do. I can't help it. I found out I was, just passionate about learning those things, you know, and learning how they formed, why they came to that way, you know, and that's just, you know, it's happened, you know? I'm not doing an interview number 4. I'm not, okay? I heard you talk to a furry once. I've talked to many furries. You talk to Zerka and he gets beaten up for content now. That's true. That's true. I can't help it. I am very, like, I'm fascinated. That's it. Like, I don't know why. I can't explain it. You can have criticisms of the way that I do it, and those are all completely valid, you know? But, yeah, I don't know. The Zerka fight was top trending on Google at one stage. I did want to see what that was about, but I have no idea where to start with the Zerka fight. Why did he get into a fight in the first place? You gotta pander to YMD's audience. Quick talk about Schindler's List. Stardust, 2 redemptions to hydrate. Please don't forget to stay hydrated. I'm sorry, I'll do it. He stalked some dude? Is that why he got beat up? Because he needed to get himself into drama with Aiden's crew. And then he ambushed some UK guy, brought in to fight him, got his butt kicked. Oh. Wait, what if somebody's saying Kraut holy shit for? I sleep now, have fun, thank you. When I say understand, it doesn't mean you agree, empathize, or sympathize. True. They might be behind on the VOD, that's true. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Please consider subscribing, super chatting, becoming a member. Check out my video essay that I made, okay? I made my very first video essay, so check it out, okay? Subscribe to the YouTube as well. I worked very, very hard on that essay, so yes, go check out the YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube, check out my essay, and consider subscribing, super chatting, becoming a member. I'm also on Patreon. Okay, let's see, who are we going to raid into? Because I gotta go. I have got to go. Is Tomfoolery on or Food Shops on? Food Shops. Stardust, the video was great. Thank you. Alright. Is Zonia live on Twitch? Let's see. I'll raid into Zonia on Twitch. Okay? Alright. I will see you guys. I love you all very much. I hope you all have a safe night. Remember, we're all humans at the end of the day, okay? Bye, Star. This was a really good stream. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Press the like button on the YouTube stream, okay? Bye. I love you all.